Internet! I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club, where I am almost ready for once. I came really close. I had to move the duck stage at the last minute. I realized half the ducks were out of view, and that's just not acceptable. We love all our ducks. Oh, and here comes the kitty. They do tend to want to be around once I start talking. They feel like they're missing out on something. There might be people, and if there's people, there might be food, which is way more important. Or if you're the dog, you might get belly rubs from strangers, and that counts extra. So last week we had the very unromantic post-coital with more coital scene. Because apparently after her first time, and even admitting that she's still very sore from it, she was just raring to get some more. So we got the bathtub BJ scene, in which I still maintain she drowned. We got two weird comments of him saying that he liked her pigtail braids, but they, quote, won't save you. I am still trying to parse what exactly that means, and I'm not sure I want to know. Because any explanation for what he meant by that either time, they won't save you. I'm getting into creepy places, and I mean more than usual. This book's already creepy. But I'm getting into, really creepy territory if I try to dissect that too hard. Therefore, not. Oh, it's too warm in here. We're supposed to get one more cold snap. We did get a big storm through last night. Longest thunderclap I have heard in a good long while. I swear it went for nearly a full uninterrupted minute of thunder this morning. And some places that are not that far from me, only 2 hours north of me, were getting hail that was over an inch wide. That will F you up. It will certainly F up your property. So I'm glad we didn't get hail, because I'm afraid of hail. It's one of the few weather conditions I'm actually afraid of. I don't like super loud thunder, when it's directly over your head in that all-encompassing way. And I have a friend trying to distract me, of course. Because we're off our time zones right now, because we jumped ahead, but half the rest of the world didn't. So somebody they normally talk to at a certain time, we're off by an hour because they don't jump ahead for another two weeks as of this weekend. Because there's a 3-week gap now, which it just makes everything so freaking inconvenient twice a year. Because we're used to being on the same time zone, but 6 hours apart, and then when for me, we're 5 hours apart, or 7, I don't know, whichever way it works. It's not good. And it annoys me, because it messes with my schedule, and I like things at the same time. It'll get there eventually. Why do I have a message on Discord? Oh, because Artie's also live. And I gotta compete with that. He's got 2 kitties that like being on stream. I have 1 kitty that doesn't like anything. Now, we did try to escape today, little brat, because I have the balcony door open, the inside door. The screen door is bolted into the brick from the outside, but it's still got a square that is just screen, and he was trying to cut his way out, and the dog told on him. Completely did the, "Mommy, come here right now," bark, and then as I'm walking there, both standing up, shoving me in the back of the legs. Go faster, human, go faster! Kitty's being bad, and I'm getting him in trouble. He was so pleased with himself. Oh, happy doggy. All right, I'll rise for the national anthem. Okay, I'm going to kick my friend's freaking butt in the morning. I don't know if you can hear the Skype bleeps. I'm going to kick his butt tomorrow.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I forgot to pour myself a glass of wine. I will do that. But first things first, we must introduce the ducks, all of whom are visible and not lined up very well because I didn't check that. My bad. But as always, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, and Bob with two B's. And of course, we have 10 other ducks available to be sponsored and named and added to our stage where we have a whole empty tier waiting for them. That would be the $10 sponsorship level, which link should be at the top and it should be working. For 25, I will put on these very real handcuffs that come with a key and are not fake or safety for 20 pages because that's how I'm dividing it up because book club's usually about 40. So for $25 sponsorship, I will cuff myself up and this is my favorite, so you get my love and respect as well. And for $50, if anyone is insane, I will fill this glass up to here from wherever it is and chug it all in one go. That is only available prior to the last hour. Doing it in the last hour tends to make me puke, which would be bad. Alright, now we're good. So, last week they had more very disturbing sex. He explained some of what he wanted to do to her, begged her to say yes. She said, I need time to think about this. And he reluctantly dropped her off at home while deciding at the same time that he was going to stay in the same city as her, even though he doesn't live there, just to be close to her. And then decided that waiting until Friday was too long, so made a date for Wednesday. And then spam refreshed his email until he got one from her in which she said she had looked into the BDSM being his submissive stuff, wasn't interested, and it was nice knowing you goodbye. His immediate response to thinking that he has been fully rejected and that she has said no to his indecent proposal is to grab, I swear to God, grab a bottle of wine, a box of condoms, and his car keys. That is his response to thinking that she told him, no, and I don't want to see you anymore. And that's where we find ourselves right now. Wine and condoms in hand, he's driving off to her place like every 90s rom com taught men women find sexy. Newsflash, we don't. Stalking is not sexy. See the upcoming Snow White movie to prove that point. Has anybody else noticed that Disney is hiding their lead actresses because they both said controversial things? Hey, Disney, stop it. You're just making yourself look bad. And like you didn't know that Snow White, of all the live actions, was going to bring some controversy. And they already shoved the movie into a closet for like 5 years. Because what? A bunch of like conservative idiots complained that Snow White was being played by a non white person? Who cares? Because I've seen the trailer. Wow, does she look the part? Also, the dress they made her of the Snow White dress is amazing. They did a really good job. Like, I'll give it to them on wardrobe. I also had no idea until the trailer that Gal Gadot was playing the evil queen. I was kind of like, that's kind of inspired casting there. They didn't get the face part of her costume right, but everything else is right. Oh, and apparently they're not using the word dwarves, they're using magical creatures, and they're like weirdly CGI. I thought I remembered like casting controversy around the dwarves, like they actually cast real actors or something. Because I know Peter Dinklage was pissed about it. Oh my god, why am I getting so many messages? Okay, now it's gone. Now I can concentrate. As I pull up in the R8 outside the apartment she shares with Kavanaugh, I wonder if this is a wise move. It's not. It's creepy as hell. I've never visited any of my previous submissives at their homes. They always came to me. She's not your subby, dude. I'm pushing all the boundaries that I've set for myself. Press X to doubt if you doubt that he ever had any boundaries, because I'm saying that he didn't. He just has things that he never had to do before to get what he wants, so he thinks he has boundaries. Opening the door of the car and climbing out, I'm uneasy. It's reckless and too presumptuous of me to come here. It's a lot more than that. Then again, I've already been here twice, though only for a few minutes. If she does agree, I'll have to manage her expectations. This won't happen again. God, he thinks so much of himself. Getting ahead of yourself, Gray. You're here because you think it's a no. Kavanaugh answers when I knock at the door. She's surprised to see me. Hi, Christian. Anna didn't say you were coming over. She stands aside to let me enter. She's in her room. I'll call her. No, I'd like to surprise her. Okay, I had a bet with myself on whether Kate was going to stop being a real person because she tried to stop him. I'm certain of it. In the first book, she definitely tried to stop him from like barging in and coming over. I give her my most earnest and endearing look, and in response, she blinks a couple of times. Whoa, that was easy. Who would have thought? How gratifying. Where's her room? Through there, the first door. She points to a door off the empty living room. Thanks. Yeah, that's what I want from a roommate. No heads up. Leaving my jacket and the chilled wine on one of the packing crates, I open the door and find a small hallway with a couple of rooms off it. I assume one is a bathroom. So I knock on the other door. After a beat, I open it, and there's Anna sitting at a small desk, reading what looks like the contract. She has her earbuds in as she idly drums her fingers to an unheard beat. Oh gosh, he's gonna like scare the hell out of her. Standing there for a moment, I watch her. Her face is scrunched in concentration. Her hair is braided and she's wearing sweats. Perhaps she's been for a run this evening. Perhaps she's suffering from excess energy, too. The thought is pleasing. Her room is small, neat, and girlish, all whites, creams, and baby blues, and bathed in the soft glow of her bedside lamp. It's also a little empty, but I spy a closet packing crate with Anna's room scrawled on the top. At least she has a double bed, with a white iron bedstead. Yes, that has possibilities. He's thinking about tying her to it. Hannah suddenly jumps, startled by my presence. Yes, I'm here because of your email. He's thinking this in his head. So he's standing there creepily watching her when she notices. Like that wouldn't make you tell him to get out. And she pulls out her earbuds, and the sound of tinny music fills the silence between us. Good evening, Anastasia. She stares at me dumbfounded as her eyes widening. I felt that your email warranted a reply in person. They've been apart for like an hour. I try to keep my voice neutral. Her mouth opens and closes, but she remains mute. Miss Steele is speechless. This I like. May I sit? She nods, continuing to stare in disbelief as I perch on her bed. I wondered what your bedroom would look like. I offer as an icebreaker, though chit-chat is not my area of expertise. She scans her room as if seeing it for the first time. It's very serene and peaceful in here, I add, though I feel anything but serene or peaceful right now. I want to know why she said no to my proposal with no discussion whatsoever. Because some people are capable of making up their mind and she didn't want to be manipulated by you. How, she whispers, but stops, her disbelief still evident in her quiet tone. I'm still at the Heathman. She knows this. Would you like a drink? She squeaks. No, thank you, Anastasia. Good, she's found her manners, but I want to get on with the business at hand. Her alarming email. So it was nice knowing me? I emphasize the word that offends me the most in that sentence. He's literally offended by the word nice. Because what? She should have said it was a glorious, worshipful, I think I saw God level experience being fucked by you. Yes, that's exactly what he means. So full of himself. Nice, really. She examines her hands in her lap, her fingers nervously tapping against her thighs. I thought you'd reply by email, she says. Her voice is small as her room. Again, he's so judgmental about everything. Are you biting your lower lip deliberately? Ugh. I inquire, my voice sterner than I intend. I wasn't aware I was biting my lips, she whispers, her face pale. We gaze at each other. The air almost crackles between us. Fuck. Can't you feel this, Anna? The tension, this attraction. My breathing shallows as I watch her pupils dilate. Slowly, deliberately, I reach for her hair and tug on the elastic, freeing one of her braids. He's been there less than 5 minutes! He's already making the move! He hasn't even gotten her drunk yet. She watches me, captivated, her eyes never leaving mine. I loosen her second braid. So you decided on some exercise. My fingers trace the soft shell of her ear. With great care, I tug and squeeze the plump skin of her earlobe. I might have to read another sex scene, because the last 2 chapters were nothing but sex scenes. I've had enough. She's not wearing earrings, though she does have pierced ears. I wonder what a diamond would look like twinkling there. I ask her why she's been exercising, keeping my voice low. Her breathing quickens. Hey, Madame Malaminse! I know! Right? Well, also, his response to being told, no, nice knowing you, was to grab a bottle of wine, a box of condoms, and his car keys. and then to go over to her place and basically barge into her room. And now he's undoing her hair and putting the sexy moves on when he's been there about 90 seconds. I needed time to think, she says. Think about what, Anastasia? You. And you decided that it was nice knowing me? Do you mean knowing me in the biblical sense? Oh. Yes. God, I love when people do those lists of like picking one person from like different genres or careers and like if you could sleep with anyone who was ever an actor, living or dead, who would it be? And yeah, politicians get in there because some of them are hot. Ugh. But then you run into a category where nobody can name anybody like famous Olympians, and you can't say Michael Phelps. Her cheeks pink. I didn't think you were familiar with the Bible. I went to Sunday school, Anastasia. It taught me a great deal. Ket Catechism? I think she was trying to spell catechism, which, by the way, is wrong. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how you spell catechism, which is wrong, by the way. It would be Catholicism. Catechism is what nuns go to. It's like nun school. It's not regular Sunday school. So, yeah, that's I'm sorry. You looked up the wrong Catholic word there. Guilt and that God abandoned me a long time ago. See, he wasn't religious in the other ones either. It's weird that he has this internal religious monologue now because that was not there in the other book. I don't remember reading about nipple clamps in the Bible. Perhaps you were taught from a modern translation. She goads me, her eyes shining and provocative. He's definitely imagining that. Oh, that smart mouth. Yeah, because in this one they tried to give her a personality and it still fails. Well, I thought I should come and remind you how nice it was knowing me. The challenge is there in my voice and now between us. Her mouth drops open in surprise, and I glide my fingers to her chin and coax it closed. What do you say to that, Miss Steele? I whisper as we stare at each other. In other words, I came here to fuck you again so that you remember that I'm really good at that and you like that and you'll continue being around me and do what I tell you. Suddenly she launches herself at me. I think that's made up as well. Shit. Somehow I grab her arms before she can touch me and twist so that she lands on the bed beneath me, and I have her arms stretched out above her head. Turning her face to mine, I kiss her hard, my tongue exploring and reclaiming her mouth. Her body rises in response as she kisses me back with equal ardor. Oh, Anna, what you do to me. What anything in a skirt does to you. You have no standards. When she's squirming for more, I stop and gaze down at her. It's time for plan B. Trust me, I ask, when her eyelids flutter open. She nods enthusiastically. Because he slipped her a roofie with the kiss. It's the only explanation for why she would trust him. From the back pocket of my pants, I extract the tie so she can see it, then sit astride her, taking both her offered wrists, bind her to one of the iron spindles of her bedstand. She wriggles beneath me, testing her bindings, but the tie holds fast. She's not escaping. That's better. I smile with relief because I have her where I want her. Now to undress her. That's that's like something from the diary of a serial killer. Oh, oh, the head cannon. sure what the last word is, but yes, he does. He really does. I would not want to have sex with him at all. Grabbing her right foot, I start to undo her sneakers. No, she crumbles with embarrassment, trying to withdraw her foot. I know it's because she's been running and doesn't want me to remove her shoes. Does she think perspiration would put me off? Sweetheart, I have to burn it. If you struggle, I'll tie your feet too. If you make a noise, Anastasia, I will gag you. Keep quiet. Catherine's probably outside listening right now. Then she knows what you're doing already. She stops, and I know that my instincts are right. She's worried about her feet. When will she understand that none of that stuff bothers me? How about when you tell her? Oh yeah, this is true. No, we've seen this. This is true. Yeah. Once he's in, it's 1, 2, done. And that's as written. It's not like my interpretation. That's how it's written. Quickly, I remove her shoes, socks, and sweatpants, then shift so that she's stretched out and lying on her sheets, and not that dainty homemade quilt. We're going to make a mess. Stop biting that fucking lip. I brush my finger over her mouth as a carnal warning. She purses her lips in semblance of a kiss, prompting my smile. She's a beautiful, sensual creature. Now that she's where I want her, I take off my shoes and socks off, undo the top button of my pants, and remove my shirt. She doesn't take her eyes off me. I think you've seen too much. I want to keep her guessing and not knowing what's coming next. It will be a carnal treat. I've not blindfolded her before, so this will count towards her training. That's if she says yes. Notice how he's not asking. Like, maybe he'll get there, but we'll see. Sitting astride her once more, I grab the hem of her t-shirt and roll it up her body. But rather than taking it off, I leave it rolled over her eyes. An effective blindfold. She looks fantastic, laid out and pound. This just gets better and better. I'm going to get a drink, I whisper, and kiss her. She gasps as I climb off the bed. Outside her room, I leave her door slightly ajar and enter the living room to retrieve the bottle of wine. So now we have blindfolding without permission, and then leaving her tied up and blindfolded when you know there is like a really decent chance that the roommate is going to peek in the room. Kavanaugh looks up from where she's sitting on the sofa reading, and her eyebrows raise in surprise. Don't tell me you've never seen a shirtless man, Kavanaugh, because I won't believe you. Kate, where would I find glasses, ice, and a corkscrew? I ask, ignoring her scandalized expression. Um, in the kitchen? I'll get them for you. Where's Anna? Well, he's shirtless, so where do you think? Uh, oh, some concern for her friend. Good. She's a little tied up at the moment, but she wants a drink. I grab the bottle of Chardonnay. Oh, I see, Kavanaugh says, and I follow her into the kitchen, where she points to some glasses on the counter. Okay, something is leaking somewhere. I can hear it and it's bugging me. I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. If you could own 3 dogs and they all had to be different breeds, what would you pick? Kitty's a brat. Got a cat toy stuck down the drain. No, I didn't get it out. I'm gonna need some tools, like a very long screwdriver. I don't have nails. But he's a brat. He likes to play kitty hockey in the bathtub, and getting it in the drain is the goal. That's how he gets points. But then he can't always get it out. I follow her into the kitchen where she points to some glasses on the counter. All the glasses are out. I assume to be packed for their move. She hands me a corkscrew from the fridge and removes a tray of ice and breaks out the ice cubes. Excuse me. Chat quiz. Do you actually keep ice at home? I remember having ice trays at one point, but I think I got rid because I never make ice because I don't put ice in anything. And it was just like taking up space. We still have to pack in here. Elliot is helping us move. Her tone is critical. Is he? I sound uninterested as I open the wine. Just put the ice in the glasses. With my chin, I indicate 2 glasses. It's a it's a Chardonnay. It'll be more drinkable with ice. I have never heard of putting ice in wine. Like chilling the bottle in the fridge, yes. But putting ice in the glasses, no. I figured you for a red wine kind of guy, she says. When I pour the wine, are you going to come and help me and Anna move? Her eyes flash. She's challenging me. Shut her down now, Gray. like he's in hockey in his head. No, I can't. My voice is clipped because she's pissing me off, trying to make me feel guilty. Her lips thin. I turn around and leave the kitchen, but not before I catch the disapproval in her face. Fuck off, Kavanaugh. He just wants to hate on the friend. He just wants to hate on her. No way I'm going to help. Anna and I don't have that kind of relationship. Besides, I can't spare the time. Oh, yes, you can. Notice we've yet to see him do any actual work. Like, all he does is stalk this girl, like, every minute of, like, the last week. So, yeah, you have all the time. I returned to Anna's room and shut the door behind me, blotting out Kavanaugh and her disdain. Immediately, I'm appeased by the sight of the enchanting Anna Steele, breathless and waiting, on her bed. Setting the wine down on the bedside table, I take the foil bag out of my pants and place it beside the wine, then drop my pants and underwear on the floor, freeing my erection. We needed to be told this. I take a sip of wine. Surprisingly, it's not bad. I gaze down at Anna, who hasn't said a word. Her face is turned towards me, her lips parted in anticipation. Taking the glass, I sit astride her once more. Are you thirsty, Anastasia? Yes, she whispers. Taking a sip of wine, I lean down and kiss her, pouring the wine into her mouth. I've always wanted to try that if I ever turn into a grown up. She laps it up, and deep in her throat, I hear a faint hum of appreciation. Don't say laps it up, referring to a human being, please. More, I ask. She nods, smiling, and I oblige. Let's not go too far. We know your capacity for alcohol is limited, Anastasia. Yeah, and I bet half of it is spilling down her face. I tease, and her mouth splits into the widest of grins. Leaning down, I let her have another drink from my mouth, and she wriggles beneath me. Can you tell this is pre-COVID? I bet people still would hesitate to do this now. Is this nice? I ask as I lay down beside her. She stills, all seriousness now, but her lips part as she inhales sharply. I take another swig of wine, this time with 2 ice cubes, then kiss her. When I kiss her, I push a small shard of ice between her lips, then lay a trail of icy kisses down her sweet-smelling skin, from her throat to her navel. She was just working out. How nice do we think she smells? There I place the other shard and a little wine. Okay, if somebody put cold wine and ice into my belly button, you're not going to get a good response. She sucks in a breath. Now you have to keep still. If you move, Anastasia, you'll get wine all over the bed. My voice is low and I kiss her again just above her navel. Her hips shift. Oh no, if you spill the wine, I will punish you, Miss Steele. Also, she's not capable of these games and he knows it. Because this is a control game. It's a pretty good one, actually. But you need somebody who has experience keeping themselves still and calm while you do, you know, distracting and manipulative, somewhat torturous, tickly things to their body or play hot and cold. This is playing hot and cold. She's not going to be capable of staying still because she's not trained for it, she's not practiced. So he knows that by telling her to stay still when he knows she won't be able to, he gets to punish her because again, that's all he really wants. She moans in response and pulls at the tie. All good things, Anna. I release each of her breasts from her bra so they're supported by the underwire cups. Her breasts are pert and vulnerable, just how I like them. Okay, for use of the word vulnerable, we have the first one tonight. Though his whole being here is a giant red flag. Da, 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 da. How nice is this? I whisper. I blow gently on one nipple. Her mouth slackens in a silent ah. Taking another piece of ice in my mouth, I slowly trace down her sternum to her nipple, circling a couple of times with the ice. She moans beneath me. Transferring the ice to my fingers, I continue to torture each nipple with cool lips and the remaining ice cube that's melting in my fingers. Whining and panting beneath me, she's tensing but managing to stay still. If you spill the wine, I won't let you come, I warn. We're still spelling that wrong. Oh, Christian, please. Sir, please, she begs. How is she ready to come from this? Because I would just be really, really, really bored and annoyed. Oh, to hear her use those words. There's hope. This is not a no. I skim my fingers over her body towards her panties, teasing her soft skin. Suddenly suddenly her pelvis flexes, spilling the wine and the now melted ice from her navel. I move quickly to lap it up, kissing and sucking it off her body. Ew. Oh dear, Anastasia, you moved. What am I going to do to you? I dip my fingers into her panties and brush her clitoris as I do. How low are these panties? Is she wearing a super low cut thong? Ah, she whines. Oh, baby, I whisper with reverence. She's wet. Very wet. Yeah, that's the wine you spilled all over. See? See how nice this is? I push my index and middle fingers inside her and she trembles. Ready for me so soon, I murmur, and push my fingers slowly in and out of her, eliciting a long, sweet moan. Her pelvis starts lifting to meet my fingers. Oh, she wants this. You are a greedy girl. My voice is still low, and she matches the pace I'm setting as I begin to circle her clitoris with my thumb, teasing and tormenting her. She cries out, her body bucking beneath me. I want to see her expression. Reaching up with my other hand, I slip her t-shirt off her head. She opens her eyes, blinking in the soft light. I want to touch you, she says, her voice husky and full of need. I know. I breathe against her lips and kiss her, all the while keeping up the relentless rhythm with my fingers and thumb. She tastes of wine and need and Anna. What does need taste like? I would like to know. And she kisses me back with a hunger I've not felt in her before. I cradle the top of her head, keeping her in place, and continue to kiss and finger fuck her. As her legs stiffen, I drop the pace of my hand. Oh no, baby, you're not coming yet. I do this 3 more times while kissing her warm, sweet mouth. The 5th time, I still my fingers inside her, and I hum soft and slow in her ear. This is your punishment, so close and yet so far. Is this nice? Also, edging someone with no experience is such a dick thing to do. Like, she doesn't even know what the hell he is doing. He's literally playing with her like a yo-yo. Which again, if both people are into it, great game, but she doesn't have the first clue of what he is doing. But also what he is doing in addition to edging is he is brainwashing her that he's the only one that can make her feel like this. That he is in control of her sexuality and when she gets to come and what she gets to feel and not feel. Which is really fucked up when you think about it. Please, she whimpers. God, I love to hear her beg. How shall I fuck you, Anastasia? My fingers start again and her legs begin to quiver, and I gentle my hand once more. Please, she breathes again, the words so low I barely hear her. What do you want, Anastasia? You, now, she pleads. Shall I fuck you this way, or this way, or this way? There's an endless choice. I wish I knew what you were saying there, 'cause I don't. I murmur, withdrawing my hand. I snatch the condom from the bedside table and kneel up between her legs, keeping my eyes on hers. I pull her panties off and discard them on the floor. Her eyes are dark, full of promise and longing. They widen as I slowly put the condom on. How nice is this? I ask as I wrap my fist around my erection. I meant it as a joke, she whimpers. Joke? Thank the Lord. All is not lost. Really? You're about to fuck the How fucked up is it that from his point of view, according to what he just said, he genuinely believed that she was telling him no and to F off? That she didn't want anything else to do with him. She did not want to be a submissive, didn't want to sign his contract. She doesn't want to play. And that she doesn't want to see him again. His response is to come over here, get her in bed, and start playing these games. He's literally about to fuck her, and he still was thinking that it was no. So what does that make him if he came over here after being told to go away forever and has coaxed her into bed and has been sexually tormenting her while apparently believing that she didn't want a relationship of any kind? Let's just think about that for a minute. A joke? I query as my fist slides up and down my cock. Yes, please, Christian, she begs. Are you laughing now? No. Her voice is barely audible, but the little shake of her head tells me all I need to know. Watching her kneading me, I could explode in my hand just looking at her. See, he has no self-control. We know. Oh. I flip her over, keeping her fine, fine ass in the air. It's too tempting. I slap her cheek hard, then plunge inside her. Oh fuck, she's so ready. Can I just say from writing it like that, we're not sure where he's putting it. This will not be the last time. She tightens around me and cries out as she comes. Fuck, that's too quick. Holding her in place, I fuck her, hard, riding through her orgasm. Gritting my teeth, I grind into her, again and again, as she begins to build once more. Come on, Anna, again, I will her, pounding on. He's treating her like she's a horse. She moans and whimpers beneath me, a sheen of sweat appearing on her back. Her legs begin to quiver. She's close. Come on, Anna, again, I growl. And by some miracle, her orgasm spirals through her body and into mine. Thank fuck. Wordlessly, I come, pouring myself into her. You're wearing a condom, dude. Sweet Lord. I collapse on top of her. That was exhausting. How nice was that? I hiss against her ear as I draw air into my lungs. As she lies flat on the bed, panting, I pull out of her and remove the wretched condom. I get off the bed and quickly get dressed. When I'm done, I reach down and unfasten my tie, freeing her. Turning over, she stretches her hands and fingers and readjusts her bra. Once I cover her with the comforter, I lay down beside her, propped up on my elbow. That was really nice, she says with a mischievous smile. There's that word again, I smirk at her. You don't like that word? No, it doesn't do it for me at all. Oh, I don't know. It seems to have been had a very beneficial effect on you. I'm a beneficial effect, am I now? Could you wound my ego any further, Miss Steele? Yeah, that's impossible. Your ego is Teflon. I don't think there's anything wrong with your ego. Her frown is fleeting. You think? Dr. Flynn would have plenty to say about that. Why don't you like to be touched? She asks, her voice sweet and soft. I just don't. I kiss her forehead to distract her from this line of questioning. So that email was your idea of a joke? She gives me a coy look and an apologetic shrug. I see. So you're still considering my proposal. Your indecent proposal. Yes, I am. Well, thank fuck for that. Our deal is still in play. My relief is palpable. I can almost taste it. I have issues, though, she adds. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. I was going to email them to you, but you kind of interrupted me. Coitus interruptus. See, I knew you had a sense of humor somewhere in there. A light in her eyes dances with mirth. Only certain things are funny, Anastasia. I thought you were saying no. No discussion at all. I don't know yet. I haven't made up my mind. Will you collar me? Her question surprises me. You have been doing your research. I don't know, Anastasia. I've never collared anyone. Were you collared? She asks. Yes. By Mrs. Robinson? Mrs. Robinson. I laugh out loud. Anne Bancroft in The Graduate. I'll tell her you said that. She'll love it. You still talk to her regularly? Her voice is high pitched with shock and indignation. Yes. Why is that such a big deal? I see. Now her voice is clipped. She's mad? Why? I don't understand. So you have someone you can discuss your alternative lifestyle with, but I'm not allowed. Her tone is petulant, but once again she's calling me out on my shit. She's aware that he's a douchebag. I don't think I've ever thought about it like that. Mrs. Robinson is part of that lifestyle. I told you she's a good friend now. If you'd like, I can introduce you to one of my former subs. You could talk to her. Is this your idea of a joke? She demands. It's pretty insulting. And a very bad idea. No, Anastasia. I'm surprised by her vehemence and shake my head to reinforce my denial. It's perfectly normal for a submissive to check with exes that their new dominant knows what he's doing. No, I'll do this on my own, thank you very much. She insists and reaches for her comforter and quilt, putting them up to her chin. What? She's upset? Anastasia, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm not offended. I'm appalled. There's a difference. Appalled. I don't want to talk to one of your ex-girlfriends, slave, sub, whatever you call them. Oh, Anastasia Steele, are you jealous? I sound bewildered because I am. She flushes beet red, and I know I've found the root of her problem. How the hell can she be jealous? Also, why is she jealous? Seriously. What's to be jealous of? You can get a pretty good idea of how he treated them. Like, come on. Sweetheart, I had a life before you. Said every guy who gets caught talking to his exes. A very active life. Are you staying? She snaps. What? Of course not. I have a breakfast meeting tomorrow at the Heathman. Besides, I told you I don't sleep with girlfriends, slaves, subs, or anyone. Friday and Saturday were exceptions. It won't happen again. You can see how she gets confused when you get in the bed with her and lay down and pull the covers over both of you. Little bit confusing there. Or was he laying on top of the covers, again, doing the tucking her in like a child thing? I'm not sure which one is more disturbing. The second one is more disturbing. Oh. She presses her lips together with her stubborn expression. Well, I'm tired now, she says. Fuck. Are you kicking me out? This is not how this is supposed to go. Yes. What the hell? Disarmed again by Miss Steele. Well, that's another first, I mutter. Kicked out. I can't believe it. I can't believe he's never been kicked out of somewhere. I I refuse to believe this. So nothing you want to discuss now about the contract, I ask, as an excuse to prolong my stay. No, she grunts. Her petulance is irritating. And were she truly mine, it would not be tolerated. God, I'd like to give you a good hiding. You'd feel a lot better, and so would I. I tell her, yeah, just let me beat you. Ugh. And it'll make you feel better, I promise. I have no doubt it would make him feel a lot better, but it would probably make her feel like her hips were broken. You can't say things like that. I haven't signed anything yet. Her eyes flash with defiance. Oh, baby, I can say it. I just can't do it. Not until you let me. A man can dream, Anastasia. Wednesday? I still want this. Why, though, I don't know. She's so difficult. I give her a brief kiss. Wednesday, she agrees, and I'm relieved once again. I'll see you out, she adds, her tone softer, if you give me a minute. She pushes me off the bed and pulls on her t-shirt. Please pass me my sweatpants, she orders, pointing to them. Wow, Miss Steele can be a bossy little thing. Yes, ma'am, I quip, knowing she won't get the reference. But she narrows her eyes. She knows I'm making fun of her, but she says nothing as she slips her pants on. Feeling a little bemused at the prospect of being tossed out onto the street, I follow her through the living room to the front door. When was the last time this happened? Never. She opens the door, but she's staring down at her hands. What's going on here? You okay? I ask, and I brush her lower lip with my thumb. Perhaps she doesn't want me to go. Or perhaps she can't wait for me to leave. Perhaps you shouldn't do wham bam thank you ma'am. You were going to leave anyway. You're already being a complete jerk. Like, seriously, how does he have no concept of what aftercare even is? Like, he can say, I don't do that, I'm not capable of that, I'm not emotionally capable, whatever, but it's like he doesn't know it exists, and that's, like, not possible. Yes, she says, her tone soft and subdued, and I'm not sure I believe her. Wednesday, I remind her. I'll see her then. Bending down, I kiss her, and she closes her eyes, and I don't want to go. Not with her uncertainty on my mind. I hold her head and deepen the kiss, and she responds, surrendering her mouth to me. Oh, baby, don't give up on me. Give it a try. She grasps my arms, kissing me back, and I don't want to stop. She's intoxicating, and the darkness is quiet, calmed by the young woman in front of me. Reluctantly, I pull back and lean my forehead against hers. She's breathless like me. Anastasia, what are you doing to me? I could say the same to you, she whispers. I know I have to leave. She has me in a tailspin, and I don't know why. I kiss her forehead and walk down the path towards the R8. She stands watching me from the doorway. She hasn't gone in. I smile, pleased that she's still watching as I climb into the car. When I look back, she's gone. Shit, what just happened? No wave goodbye? Since when do you care? Since when do you care? You don't care. I start the car and begin driving back to Portland, analyzing what's just taken place between us. How are we doing on time? Oh, we're ahead. We're doing good. She emailed me. I went to her. We fucked. She threw me out before I was ready to leave. For the first time. Well, maybe not the first time. I feel a little used for sex. Dude, you don't get to feel that way. You literally just came over, fucked her, and were then immediately going to leave. If anybody's using anybody, it is not her using you. Like, you literally just treated her apartment like the closet where you keep your blow-up doll. Half chapter stretch. Oh. Much better. I had to do actual grown-up adult writing today, and it sucks. I'm still arguing with my building over the back rent because they have their head up their ass. I highly suspect we will wind up back in court. But we shall see. It's a disturbing feeling that reminds me of my time with Elena. Yeah, like she wasn't just using you for sex, doy. Hell, Miss Steele is topping from the bottom and she doesn't even know it. And fool that I am, I'm letting her. I have to turn this around. This soft sell approach is messing with my head. But I want her. I need her to sign. Is it just the chase? Is that what's turning me on? Or is it her? Fuck, I don't know. But I hope I find out more on Wednesday. And on a positive note, that was one hell of a nice way to spend an evening. He was there for like 15 minutes. I smirk in the rearview mirror and pull into the garage at the hotel. When I'm back in my room, I sit at my laptop. Focus on what you want, where you want to be. Isn't that what Flynn is always harassing me about? His solution-based shit. Oh, now he's emailing her because that's not like too stalkery by half. Like he cannot go an hour without contacting her in some way. Which again is part of the whole like brainwashing technique is never giving people a chance to think. Like, why do you think Edward clings to Bella so much? Same thing. Excuse me. One sip and I'm hiccuping. Email him to her this evening. Miss Steele, I look forward to receiving your notes on the contract. Oh, there's contract pages coming up. Ugh. Wait, let me just peek how many. Oh god, there's a lot. Oh, is it the whole thing? She did not copy paste the whole Eppin thing. Oh, she did, or at least the majority of it. Great, so we get to go over this again. Well, at least I'm having plenty of opportunity to be educational tonight. Until then, sleep well, baby. And I want to add, thank you for another diverting evening, but that seems a little over the top. Pushing my laptop aside because Anna will probably be asleep, I pick up the Detroit report and continue reading. End of chapter. Which, I know it's early, but we've got the whole next chapter, so don't worry. And a little of the next one, if need be. I don't have an exact page count for tonight, just know roughly. Oh, these chapters are such a mess. At all different lengths. So I'm kind of doing my best. Because that was about 14-ish pages. It's almost a chapter and a half. And then we've got 24 pages on this chapter, so that gets us almost the whole way there. And then we'll read some of 10. Which haven't really found a good place to stop. And it's looking like it's not actually that long of a chapter. So we'll see. We'll see how we are on time and how far we get. But we'll definitely get through the next chapter at least. We'll get through the contract, which is probably fast reading, so... Yeah, we'll see. Oh, I have black. I have black inside of my nose. Oh, did I get it? I get it. I'm amazed we haven't had a puppy yet. He's got to be on this. For once, I can actually tell he's not under the puppy bed. Which means he's on the couch. That's where he goes when he wants to be left alone. Including by the kitty. Because I have an agreement with the couch. He gets the seat portion, kitty gets the back. And also the doggy will be in the corner and the kitty will be in the middle. So they're not even on the same plane as each other. The things they do. He tried walking on the back of the couch a few times. It didn't work out so well for him. Tuesday, May 24th, 2011. The thought of sitting the thought of sitting the electronics plant siting. Okay. The thought of siting the electronics plant in Detroit is depressing. I loathe Detroit. It holds nothing but bad memories for me. Memories I do my damnedest to forget. They surface mainly at night to remind me of what I am and where I came from. But Michigan is offering excellent tax incentives. It's hard to ignore what they're proposing in this report. I toss it on the dining table and take a sip of my Sancerre. Shit, it's warm. It's late. I should sleep. As I stand and stretch, there's a ping on my computer. An email. It might be from Ross, so I have a quick look. It's from Anna. Why is she still awake? Oh my god. Anastasia Steele, subject issues. It's literally 2 seconds after midnight and he's complaining. Dear Mr. Gray, here is my list of issues. I look forward to discussing them more fully at dinner on Wednesday. The numbers refer to clauses. She's referring to the clauses? Miss Steele has indeed been thorough. I pull up a copy on screen for my reference. Oh, so this is just the things she's citing that are a problem or that they need to talk about. Oh, no. Nope. This is the whole thing. Okay, hold on. I just want to see. Is he we just have the drop of the contract here. It has appendices as well. This is fucking detailed. So yeah, we have the entire contract we're about to go through. And then her complaints about it. Contract. made this day blank of 2011 the commencement date between Mr. Christian Grave, 301 Escala, Seattle, WA 98889. The dominant, Miss Anastasia Steele of 1114 Southwest Green Street, Apartment 7, Haven Heights, Vancouver, WA 98888. Okay, like you could not tell, these are the most made up addresses. She lives on Green Street, Apartment 7, Haven Heights. Like, how many angel references do you need? And what is with those postal codes? Because if those are real, I feel really bad for, like, postal workers, because that's ridiculous. The submissive. The parties agree as follows. Number 1. The following are the terms of a binding contract between the dominant and the submissive. Fundamental terms. 2. The fundamental purpose of this contract is to allow the submissive to explore her sensuality and her limits safely with due respect and regard for her needs, her limits, and her well-being. I call bullshit on all of that because he does not give a fuck. He does not care about any of that. He decides what is in her best well-being, and she's expected to just do whatever he says and put up with whatever he wants because he's decided that's what's best for her. See, that's the caveat there that he's not saying, is that she doesn't get to decide what her needs, her limits, or her well-being are. He will decide that. 3. The dominant and the submissive agree and acknowledge that all that occurs under the terms of the contract will be consensual, confidential, and subject to the agreed limit and safety procedures set out in this contract. Additional limits and safety procedures may be agreed in writing. 4. The dominant and the submissive each warrant that they suffer from no sexual, serious, infectious, or life-threatening illnesses, including but not limited to HIV, herpes, and hepatitis. If during the term, as defined below, or any extended term of this contract, either party should be diagnosed with or become aware of any such illness, he or she undertakes to inform the other immediately and in any event prior to any form of physical contact between the two parties. 5. Adherence to the above warranties, agreements, and undertakings, and any additional limits or safety procedures agreed under Clause 3 above are fundamental to this contract. Any breach shall render it void with immediate effect, and each party agrees to be fully responsible to the other for the consequence of any breach. Okay, you would have to so detail what, like, being fully accountable to the other is. Like, if he gives her, like, herpes or something because he doesn't know, does he have to pay for her health care for the rest of his life? Because that's a non-curable disease. 6. Everything in this contract must be read and interpreted in the light of the fundamental purpose and the fundamental terms set out in clauses 2 to 5 above. Roles. 7. The dominant shall take responsibility for the well-being and proper training, guidance, and discipline of the submissive. He shall decide the nature of such training, guidance, and discipline, and the time and place of its administration, subject to the agreed terms, limits, and safety procedures set out in this contract or agreed additionally under Clause 3 above. So there it is. That is him saying, like, yeah, I decide what's best for you. I decide what and where and when and how. Oh. 8. If at any time the dominant should fail to keep the agreed terms, limits, or safety procedures set in this contract or additionally agreed under Clause 3 above, the submissive is entitled to terminate the contract forthwith and leave the service of the dominant without notice. 9. Subject to that proviso and to Clauses 2-5 above, the submissive is to serve and obey the dominant in all things, subject to the agreed terms, limits, safety procedures set out in Clause 3 above. I'm going to start skipping that because it's just repetitive. She shall, without query or hesitation, offer the dominant such pleasure as he may require, and she shall accept without query or hesitation his training, guidance, and discipline in whatever form it may take, In other words, do exactly what I tell you when I tell you, and I'm allowed to do whatever I want. Commencement and term. 10. The dominant and submissive enter into this contract on the commencement date fully aware of its nature and to undertake and abide by all conditions without exception. 11. This contract shall be effective for a period of 3 calendar months from the commencement date, the term, and on expiry of the term, the parties shall discuss whether this contract and the arrangement they have made under this contract are satisfactory and whether the needs of each party have been met. Either party may propose the extension of this contract subject to the adjustments to its term or to the arrangement that they have made under it. In the absence of agreement to such extension, the contract shall terminate and both parties shall be free to resume their lives separately. What do you bet we're going to hear that every single one of his prior submissives begged him to extend the contract and he just didn't feel it with any of them? I think he said he had like one or two that had lasted like 6 months because they were really good, but that was it. Ah, Vicks inhaler to the rescue. They are a lifesaver. uh, Availability. The submissive shall make herself available to the dominant from Friday evenings through Saturday afternoon each week during the term, at times to be specified by the dominant, known as the allotted times. Further allotted time can be mutually agreed to on an ad hoc basis. The dominant reserves the right to dismiss the submissive from his service at any time and for any reason. The submissive may request her release at any time, such request to be granted at the discretion of the dominant, subject only to the submissive's rights under clauses 2 through 5 and 8 above. So in other words, he can get rid of her anytime he wants, but if she wants out early, he can say no. I've always been curious. This has bothered me from the beginning. What would that continue to look like? Like, riddle me this. He has a submissive who is unhappy. Say it's been a month and she just can't put up with his bullshit anymore. And she goes to him and says, I want to be released from this contract and not serve you for the next 2 months. But he decides he's having fun and he likes her defiance or whatever, and he wants to keep using her. So he tells her, no, I will not release you early. You're in a situation then where he's literally forcing her to sexually submit to him against her will, and knowingly so. He knows it's against her will. He knows she wants out. So that would be him committing rape every time he touched her. Like, does he really think that anyone is going to put up with that? And yes, there absolutely are people that would, because they are too brainwashed and too broken down. That's the thing. You got to be careful with submissives. You got to watch out for the ones that can go a little crazy, like Lila. Like, we'll see that, they generally lack having much of a personality of themselves. So they find so much meaning in their submission and of calling themselves like the dominance pet. Like, I belong to somebody. That gives me purpose. That gives me meaning. That gives me something to be myself, because just me, myself is not enough. So belonging to someone, being their pet, identifying as that gives them purpose. And and it's a very good thing for a lot of people. It's very supportive for a lot of people and encouraging, and they're able to accomplish, good things in their lives because they have like weekend sessions like this. It's totally true. But again, it can go too far. You got to make sure they kind of keep their own life. It's reminding me of two characters. One is from Criminal Minds, because I've watched too much Criminal Minds, and the episode is literally called Identity. And it has a lot of these themes. It has a submissive person, and it's not a sexual relationship, but it is very much a dominant submissive relationship. And it shows how like warped people can become, how much the submissive can depend on the dominant till it becomes too much and they lose their sense of self. So that's always the risk and what you have to be careful of, which is why, like, dominants that are not good can definitely cause that. But then you don't know what to do with it once you got it because it turns into creepy, crazy stalkery. Which I will say Christian Grey really has no right to object to being stalked because he's a stalker. But we bet Layla learned half of what she knows about stalking because he did it to her. Like, come on. Let's be a little realistic, shall we? Oh, I wish there was a puppy. Uh, Location 14. The submissive will make herself available during the allotted times and agreed additional times at locations to be determined by the dominant. The dominant will ensure that all travel costs incurred by the submissive for that purpose are met by the dominant. Service provisions 15. The following provisions have been discussed and agreed and will be adhered to by both parties during the term. Both parties accept that certain matters may arise that are not convenient that are not covered by the terms of this contract or the service provisions, or that certain matters may be renegotiated. In such circumstances, further clauses may be proposed by way of amendment. Any further clauses or amendments must be agreed, documented, and signed by both parties and shall be subject to the fundamental terms set out under clauses 2 to 5 above. Dominant. 15.1. Why would you do this? Why would you not just call this 16, really? Because there's like 15 point, like up to like 11 or something, and it's dumb. The dominant shall make sure the submissive's health and safety is a priority at all times. In other words, I will control your every move and spy on you constantly and make you live in a house made out of bubble wrap. The dominant shall not at any time require, request, allow, or demand the submissive to participate at the hands of the dominant in activities detailed in Appendix 2 or in any way that either party deems to be unsafe. The dominant will not undertake or permit to be undertaken any action which would cause serious injury or risk to the submissive's life. In other words, if she wants to go bungee jumping while she's with him, he would say no and force her to not do it. The remaining subclauses of this clause 15 are to be read subject to this proviso and to the fundamental matters agreed in clauses 2 to 5 above. 15.2. The dominant accepts the submissive as his to own, control, dominate, and discipline during the term. Well, there it is. Just lay it right out. I own you. Again, these are terms used in real BDSM, just not like this. The dominant may use the submissive's body at any time during the allotted times or any agreed additional times in any manner he deems fit sexually or otherwise. See, it's when you have terms like or otherwise in a contract, you should be very afraid. Point 3. The dominant shall provide the submissive with all necessary training and guidance in how to properly serve the dominant. Point 4. The dominant shall maintain a stable and safe environment in which the submissive may perform her duties in service of the dominant. Point 5. The dominant may discipline the submissive as necessary to ensure the submissive fully appreciates her role of subservience to the dominant and to discourage unacceptable conduct. The dominant may flog, spank, whip, or corporally punish the submissive as he sees fit, for the purposes of discipline or his own personal enjoyment or for any other reason which he is not obliged to provide. In other words, I can whip and spank and beat you whenever I want, for any reason I want, or for no reason, and I don't have to tell you why. Because that would not, like, that's not just a complete setup for abuse. Again, most submissives would never agree to that. Not in those broad terms. It would be no. If you're punishing me, you have to tell me why. It has to be reasonable. If you want to spank me because, you want to get off on it, that's a different matter. But you cannot confuse the two. Point 6. In training and in administration of discipline, the dominant shall ensure that no permanent marks are made upon the submissive's body, nor any injuries incurred that may require medical attention. Point 7. In training and in the administration of discipline, the dominant shall ensure that the discipline and all instruments used for any purpose of discipline are safe and shall not be used in such a way as to cause serious harm and shall not exceed the limits defined and detailed in this contract. Notice how we haven't gotten any limits yet. Point 8. In case of illness or injury, the dominant shall care for the submissive, seeing to her health and safety, encouraging and, when necessary, ordering medical attention when it is judged necessary by the dominant. In other words, I can overrule you medically. Like, I'm surprised he doesn't have an actual, what's that thing? What is it? It happens in hospitals all the time where power of attorney, I think it is, or power of medical attorney, the thing where, like, if you're gonna have surgery and you have to say, like, just in case something happens, like, who makes decisions for you if you can't, like, if there's some kind of emergency, who do you want making decisions? See, I would have a problem there because I don't have anybody. I think we'll probably get pretty far into chapter 10 because this is going fast. We're like a half hour ahead. That never happens. Point 9. The dominant shall maintain his own good health and seek medical attention when necessary in order to maintain a risk-free environment. Point 10. By the way, that would be where you turn to 16. Also, why are these all point? Oh god, it goes up to like 24. Why did she write it like this? It's so stupid. Like, ugh. It's annoying. The dominant shall not loan his submissive to another dominant. Point 11. Hello, Persnickety! I was hoping I'd see you tonight! Hello, Sasha. Woof back. Is she helping you hold the couch down? While probably trying to convince you that you forgot to feed her? We're going through we're almost through. We are reading through the contract because they're about to discuss it. We've got like a page and a half and then like a half. But yeah, this is the contract, which I'm sure somebody side by sided it to see if it matches, and I think it does. However, Kate has been nuked. Yes. Well, who are you to say that she's not a tiny dog? Just because everything in the world shrank as, she went through like the first 8 months of her life. It's not her fault the entire world got smaller and stayed that way. She is still a tiny dog. Does she ever try to stick her head like in a bag or in a box that's like this big and then she's confused when she doesn't fit? I do not make fun of her for acting like a tiny dog. I think she's adorable when she does it. I always think big dogs when they think their lap dogs are hilarious. But I also very much believe she has moments where she believes she's a tiny dog. And then she has moments where she knows how big she is because she needs to stand up to something. You're smart for that. My first pup, man, could not. My puppy who passed away could not let him around a plastic bag. I don't know why, but he had this thing where any plastic bag he saw, especially if we were like out on a walk or outside, it's the only time I like because he was really good about staying beside me and walking. Only time he would run up on somebody's lawn or into a pile of trash or something is if he saw a plastic bag, he would run up to it and he had to pee on it. I don't know why, but he had a vendetta. Plastic bags, he had to pee on them. Like if there was one in the backyard and he was just running around, he'd go back to it like 5, 6 times and keep lifting his leg on it over and over. And it was just a thing that had to be done and he would not stop. It didn't matter if he was getting told off by me or if he knew that he was breaking the rules to go and do it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I never figured it out. But yeah, he had like all plastic bags must be repeatedly peed on and that's it. It was like his one weird quirky thing that he did. Whereas Bo turns into a dandelion eater in the spring and summer. Just like Yoshi. Yum 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 yum. No, my last building they didn't mind it because it kept them from having to pluck them. They're like, yeah, let him. Go ahead. He's saving us yard work. He didn't like them when they turned into puffballs. He liked them when they were at the yellow flower part. That's when he liked to eat the heads off them. Sometimes the stems. I didn't like him eating it because I didn't know what they were spraying all over the lawn. Uh, okay, submissive. Clause 15.13, because that makes sense. The submissive accepts the dominant as her master, with the understanding that she is now the property of the dominant, to be dealt with as the dominant pleases during the term generally, but specifically during the allotted times and any additional agreed allotted times. In other words, always. Point 14. The submissive shall obey the rules set out in Appendix 1 to this agreement. Point 15. The submissive shall serve the dominant in any way the dominant sees fit, and shall endeavor to please the dominant at all times to the best of her ability. Point 16. The submissive shall take all measures necessary to maintain her good health, and shall request or seek medical attention whenever it is needed, keeping the dominant informed at all times of any health issues as they may arise. Point 17. The submissive will ensure that she procures oral contraceptive and ensures she takes it as and when prescribed to prevent pregnancy. That's going to become a very big point in the future. And again, if he is so concerned about not knocking up his subs, dude, freeze your sperm and get a vasectomy. Then you never have to worry about it and you never have to deal with condoms. And we know that he doesn't want kids. So why would you not do this? Wouldn't that be in control? Oh, a lot. Very much so. There's been, and we're not even at the gross parts yet. This is just things she thinks sounds like legal language and BDSM talk that is really just a load of nonsense, and it all boils down to the same thing of him saying, I own you, I will do whatever I want, and whatever I say goes, goes, because I know what's best for you in all things, even if you disagree. Do I still have my one sticking point, because this is never addressed. There is one of these stupid clauses that says he can dismiss the submissive at any time for any reason or no reason. He can just end the contract. However, it says that if it is within the 3 months, because this is a 3-month term, if the submissive may request to leave his service early, i.e., like, this is my scenario. If it's been a month, she's not happy, she doesn't like this, she doesn't want to stay for another 2 months, she requests to leave, he has the right to say no. And then what? And then what? You're talking about literally forcing a woman, literally forcing against her will, knowingly so, forcing her to sexually service you for another 2 months when you know she doesn't want to be there. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Gray? Because that's how this reads. Because you're saying you can kick her out at any time, but she has to request to leave and you can say no. Yeah, that's when the shallow graves happen. That's the ones that are buried like under a bridge somewhere. I would say freeze his sperm just to like keep his options open as just a maybe. You know, because he knows like his parents want him to have kids, so like maybe like, you know, I'll have a grandkid via surrogate when I'm 45 just to shut my parents up. You know, I could see him doing that, like, you know, like Elon Musk with his like 18 different baby mamas, one of whom is about ready to string him up by his balls because he keeps parading their son around the White House when part of their custody agreement says he's not allowed to do that. And yet the kid was at the Tesla commercial held at the White House this week. No, it's no, but he kind of like he plays into their appearances. That's why him at dinner with his parents is some of the most telling scenes, because outwardly he's being charming and making conversation and talking about work and, you know, being the good son and putting on this image when he's trying to finger her under the table to do something like, you know, naughty and whatever, because he's like this secret rebel or whatever who hates this rich lifestyle. Point 18. The submissive shall accept without question any and all disciplinary actions deemed necessary by the dominant and remember her status and role in regard to the dominant at all times. This is after saying he's allowed to punish them however he wants, whenever he wants, for any reason or for no reason, and without ever explaining himself, which is the antithesis of BDSM, because a true dominant would explain themselves in full every time as to why he is punishing the submissive, what they are being punished for, how long the punishment will last, unless you're somebody who plays more open-ended, but that comes with like long-term trust. You wouldn't do that for at least a year. So they would always know exactly what is going to happen, how much is going to happen, when it is going to stop, safe words would be in effect. And it would never be for no reason. It would never be like, I'm going to spank the shit out of you just because I want to. Point 19. The submissive shall not touch or pleasure herself sexually without permission from the dominant. How would you know? Point 20. The submissive shall submit to any sexual activity demanded by the dominant and shall do so without hesitation or argument. Yeah, suck a dick. Point 21. The submissive shall accept whippings, floggings, spankings, canings, paddlings, or other discipline by the dominant. The dominant should decide to administer without hesitation, inquiry, or complaint. Notice how he's not talking about safe words or anything yet. I don't think he even does. Point 22. The submissive shall not look directly into the eyes of the dominant except when specifically instructed to do so. The submissive shall keep her eyes downcast and maintain a quiet, respectful bearing in the presence of the dominant. This is where I would fall apart. I've never gotten on my knees for anybody, and I never will. But this is where I would fail at being a submissive so goddamn hard, because I cannot do this. Oh, I'm thinking of that scene from Handmaid's Tale. God damn it! Oh, because it's a thing in Handmaid's Tale. Handmaids are expected to do this as well. Literally. literally exactly that. They're expected to be in the corner of the room, like out of sight, with their heads down, and be silent at like all times unless someone is speaking to them, and they're never supposed to look anybody in the eye. And after minor spoilers, after our leading lady in Handmaid's Tale had some brief freedom and so got to be an actual person for a little while and is then recaptured and sent back to Gilead, when she's put back in the costume and she's about to be on TV, Aunt Lydia is reminding her, she's like, posture, dear, and she kind of like looks confused and actually straightens up, like, oh, am I not standing up tall enough? And Aunt Lydia actually has to take her head and do this and make her look down because she's forgotten that, you know, she's not allowed to look anybody in the eye, and she's supposed to always be looking down and appear humble and submissive and all that crap because, you know, she got to be a real person for a little while again. Okay, I should not have done that. Now I fucked up my neck. I'm curious, is my mic picking up all the cracking that's going on? Sorry if it bothers anyone. Like, I've done the thing where you crack your fingers and like 3 people at the table cringe and like shiver uncontrollably, and I'm like, sorry. I don't know why, but it's one of those, some people, it just makes them cringe. Point 23. The submissive shall always conduct herself in a respectful manner to the dominant and shall address him only as Sir, Mr. Gray, or other title as the dominant may direct. Point 24. The submissive will not touch the dominant without his express permission to do so. Activities. 16. Hey, we finally got a new number. The submissive shall not participate in activities or any sexual acts that either party deems to be unsafe, or any activities detailed in Appendices 2. 17. The dominant and the submissive shall have discussed the activities set out in Appendices 3 and recorded in writing on Appendices 3 their agreement in respect of them. Safe words. Would what? Cringe? This is all very cringeworthy. I know, right? This must have taken so long to write. Like, so long. The dominant and submissive recognize that the dominant may make demands of the submissive that cannot be met without incurring physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, or other harm at the time as the demands are made to the submissive. In such circumstances related to this, the submissive may make use of the safe words. The safe words. 2 safe words will be invoked depending on the severity of the demands. So in other words, when he's acting like an absolute jerk and you would like him to stop, here's what you say. But as we find out, he hates his submissives doing this and will punish them for it, which defeats the entire purpose. The safe word yellow will be used to bring to the attention of the dominant that the submissive is close to her limit of endurance. We're almost done. We got like 1.5 more pages and it's mostly bullet points. 20. The safe word red will be used to bring to the attention of the dominant that the submissive cannot tolerate any further demands. When the word is said, the dominant's actions will cease completely with immediate effect. By the way, she's misusing the traffic lights there, because that is part of the traffic lights, but she's misusing it. She's also misusing the term safe word, because the traffic lights are green, yellow, and red. Yes, green meaning keep going, we're all good. Yellow meaning slow down. Red means stop doing what you're doing, we need to talk. But then the session will generally continue once adjustments have been made, or sometimes people just need 5 minutes. They just need a break. Safe word is something ridiculous. It's a ridiculous word that you would never say in real life. Like, one that I frequently used is banana fish, because I have no reason to say banana fish in real life. So if I say banana fish, that means everything stops. We're done for the night. Don't immediately touch me. But definitely untie me if I'm tied up. But we are done for the night. There is nothing but aftercare if there is that. But nothing is being resumed afterwards, because things either went too far or were about to go too far. Or sometimes you find limits you didn't know you had. You didn't try a thing before. Conclusion. We, the underside, have read and understood fully the provisions of this contract. We freely accept the terms of this contract and have acknowledged the buyer signatures below, and then there's space for both of them to sign because it's written out like an actual contract. Okay, there we have the appendices. This is like the last full page, and then there's bullet points. And then we get back to whatever passes for a story. Well, then we get the ones where she has a problem with it and his thoughts about it. I actually want to know what his thoughts kind of are, because I'm willing to bet they'll all be, oh, I can get around that. Appendices 1. Rules. Obedience. The submissive will obey any instruction given by the dominant without hesitation, reservation, and in an expeditious manner. The submissive will agree to any sexual activity deemed fit and pleasurable by the dominant, excepting those activities that are outlined in hard limits. She will do so eagerly and without hesitation. I know, they never sign it the entire time. They never sign it. They spend the entire first book and most of the first movie. The whole first movie is them talking about the goddamn contract that is never signed. And by the way, it never comes up. It never comes up again in any of the subsequent books or movies. It's never mentioned again. It's like it was the whole point of the first one, and then it goes away completely. Like it never existed. Sleep. The submissive will ensure she achieves a minimum of 8 hours sleep a night when she is not with the dominant. So he's allowed to keep her up past her bedtime. Food. The submissive will eat regularly to maintain her health and well-being from a prescribed list of foods. The submissive will not snack between meals with the exception of fruit. Go to hell. Okay, if it's 2 days till that time of the month and I want to eat a giant chocolate bar, you better get the fuck out of my way. In fact, if you're my dominant, you better be buying me the chocolate bar, and it should be waiting for me on the day when I know I'm going to need it, because that would be a really good dominant to anticipate my needs for chocolate. Clothes. During the term, the submissive will wear clothing only approved by the dominant. The dominant will provide a clothing budget for the submissive, which the submissive shall utilize. Okay, I would not mind the free shopping. The dominant shall accompany the submissive to purchase clothing on an ad hoc basis. If the dominant so requires, the submissive shall, during the term, wear adornments the dominant shall require, in the presence of the dominant and at any other times the dominant deems fit. Yeah, this is getting into the Benoit balls in public and nipple clamps that can be hidden. Exercise. The dominant shall provide the submissive with a personal trainer 4 times a week in hour-long sessions, at times to be mutually agreed between the personal trainer and the submissive. Do we think it's the same personal trainer every time? It probably is. So there's a personal trainer somewhere who has trained every single one of his submissives, or at least most of them. It has made me wondering why he has a new one every 3 months. Personal hygiene and beauty. The submissive shall keep herself clean, shaved, and or waxed at all times. The submissive will visit a beauty salon of the dominant's choosing. We know where that is. At times to be decided by the dominant, and will undergo whatever treatments the dominant sees fit. All costs will be met by the dominant. Personal safety. The submissive will not drink to excess, smoke, take recreational drugs, or put herself in any unnecessary danger. Again, that is so broad. You could include walking across the street in unnecessary danger. Personal qualities. The submissive will not enter into any sexual relations with anyone other than the dominant. The submissive will conduct herself in a respectful and modest manner at all times. She must recognize that her behavior is a direct reflection on the dominant. She shall be held accountable for any misdeeds, wrongdoings, or misbehavior committed when not in the presence of the dominant. How would you know? That right there is my proof that he stalks them 24/7. If not himself, he has people spying on them 24/7, because how else would he know? Like, if this had been like 5 years later, one of his conditions would have been that his submissives must wear Google glasses at all times so that he can literally be watching what they're watching and spying on them in live time from his laptop at the office. Failure to comply with any of the above shall result in immediate punishment, the nature of which shall be determined by the dominant. Last page. Appendices 2. Hard limits. No acts involving fire play. That's one of mine. Let's see how many of these are mine. No acts involving urination, defecation, and the byproducts thereof. No acts involving needles, knives, cutting, piercing, or blood. Not one of mine. No acts involving gynecological medical instruments. Definitely not one of mine. No acts involving children or animals. That's one of mine, but the fact that you have to say it. Because I've never actually said that out loud as part of my hard limits, because I kind of just go with, that's assumed because both those things are illegal. No acts that will leave permanent marks on the skin. Definitely not one of mine. No acts involving breath control. Yep. No activity that involves direct contact of electric current, whether alternating or direct. Not one of mine. Fire, one of mine, or flames to the body. So it gets like a 50 on that. So we have like 4.5 in common. Soft limits to be discussed and agreed by both parties. And here's where we get into the list of things. Right? Also that. And also that it reflects on him. That is literally how narcissists see the world. That everything is a mirror. That's why my father, who I was estranged from for a long time and then briefly saw when I was a late teen, and he had a whole other life. He was married, had another kid that I didn't even know about, and went to visit him a couple times. And of course, we're in the burbs in Oshawa area, one of the suburbs around there, suburbs, not sub. And we were out driving one day, and he had to stop by somebody's house, and he told me to stay in the car, which of course I didn't, because don't tell me what to fucking do. And did everything that he could to avoid telling the neighbors that he was talking to while I'm standing there next to him. Did everything he could to avoid telling them I was his daughter. Because I was overweight. I was in a goth phase. My makeup was gothic. According to him, my hair was crap. My hair was fucking on point. And, but I didn't reflect good on him. I wasn't successful or athletic or skinny or pretty. So he didn't want anything to do with me because I looked bad as a reflection of him, because that's what a narcissist is. Everything's a reflection. But you're entirely right. If they're never supposed to be seen together and nobody is supposed to know that she's a submissive or that he's using and abusing her, but that's in his head. It's the narcissism in his head. Oh, she's misbehaving? Well, then I didn't discipline her enough, or I've been too liberal with the freedoms, or she needs a good spanking because how dare she act like that and make me look bad that nobody knows about it. Okay, so on the possible soft limits, we have, does the submissive consent to masturbation, cunnilingus, fellatio, swallowing semen, vaginal intercourse, vaginal fisting, anal intercourse, anal fisting? Does the submissive consent to the use of vibrators, butt plugs, dildos, and other vaginal anal toys? You need to list that out so much more. Because, I'm sorry, other toys could mean such a wide range of things. No way. That would be detailed out way more. Does a submissive consent to bondage with rope, with leather cuffs, with handcuffs, shackles, or manacles, with tape, or with other? Again, you really don't want to leave other open to interpretation there. That's where bad ideas come from, like flexi cuffs. Does the submissive consent to be restrained with hands bound in front, ankles bound, elbows bound, hands bound behind the back, knees bound, wrists bound to ankles, bindings fixed to items or furniture, binding with spreader bar, suspension? Okay, really, with the suspension, it takes experience to do that. That's not beginner thing. Does the submissive consent to be blindfolded? He already did that without permission after he barged into her place and decided to fuck her after thinking she'd told him no, and his plan was to grab wine and condoms and go over there and show her what she'd been missing, and then ghost her again by treating her like a fuck doll and leaving. And then he couldn't understand why she was mad at him. for barging into her place, fucking her and blindfolding her without consent while tying her up, and then saying that he was just going to leave. Yeah, no reason she'd be upset. How much pain is the submissive willing to be experience, where 1 is likes the intensity and 5 dislikes the intensity? Are you willing to put up with an amount of pain that you really hate just to make me happy, darling? Oh, God. Like, not that I don't enjoy a good masochist. I really do. They're a lot of fun and very good for stress relief. But not my thing. Does the submissive consent and accept to the following forms of pain, punishment, and discipline? Spanking, whipping, biting, genital clamps, hot wax, paddling, caning, nipple clamps, ice, and other types or methods of pain. Again, that is way too broad. That other types or methods of pain could include him stabbing or shooting her. There's nothing in here that says there's nothing in the hard or soft limits that says no stabbing or shooting. It's not in here. He's already used ice and biting and spanking. Okay, so this is now her having read the contract. We're now on to the parts where she is saying that these are the points we need to discuss. I'm not going back and checking what they are. I'm sure he'll know. So her points. 2. Not sure why this is solely for my benefit, to explore my sensuality and limits. I'm sure I would need a 10-page contract to do that. Surely this is for your benefit. Yes, it is! Thank you for calling him out on his shit. That yes, it is for his benefit. Fair point, well made, Miss Steele. See, he even knows. He even knows. He's doing this for himself. He's not doing this for them. He's doing it for him. It's all about him, as everything always is. And why is my leg itchy? I'm sweating like crazy. Ugh. Reading all this makes me wish I had my handcuffs on. These have been in the case for entirely too long. They're very lonely. They're complaining at me at night that they're being underused. Oh, and also we still have 10 ducks, by the way. Here's my mandatory shill. There should be a link at the top if you would like to sponsor. There are 10 ducks left. So for $10, you can sponsor a duck that will be drawn at random, and you can name it. For $25, I will put these very real handcuffs on for the rest of the evening. And for $50, I will chug this glass immediately. Four, as you're aware, you are my only sexual partner. I don't take drugs, and I've not had blood transfusions. I'm probably safe. What about you? Yeah, there's a fair point. Always make sure that goes both ways. Another fair point, and it dawns on me that this is the first time I haven't had to consider the sexual history of a partner. Well, that's one advantage of screwing a virgin. In more ways than one. 8, I can terminate at any time if I don't think you're sticking to agreed limits. Okay, I like this. I hope it won't come to that, but it wouldn't be the first time if it did. Whoa. Okay, I want that story. No, who was the submissive that left him early because he wasn't keeping up with the terms? I need this story. I also need to know where she's buried, because there's no way he let her leave. There's no way in hell he let her leave. His ego could never stand it. 9, obey you in all things, accept without hesitation your discipline. We need to talk about this. Yes, really do. 11, 1 month trial period, not 3. Only a month? That's not long enough. How far can we go in a month? Well, you're going to be married in less time than that, so pretty far. 12, I cannot commit every weekend. I do have a life, or will have, perhaps 3 out of 4. And she'll have the opportunity to socialize with other men. She'll realize what she's missing. I'm not sure about this. Ah! Oh my god! You're so jealous of everyone all the time! Like, dude! treat her decently and with any respect, I'll lose her for sure. I mean, he's not wrong. That is what should happen. You know, she should have her Columbia from Rocky Horror moment of telling him he's like a sponge. You just take. You drain people and you give nothing back. We've all known somebody like that. I'm definitely guilty of being like that. Very, very selfish in bed. And way too sniffly. I gotta highlight that the show realized what she's missing because that's probably the most apt line of the entire book. Right? Right? Like, and he is. He's so jealous, and he still has the every woman is flirting with him, wants him thing going on too, which is so only in his head. I swear. I know, right? This made me wonder. I had a thought. Does he make sure that all the bodyguards are either gay or eunuchs? Because that is classically what like sultans did for the guards at their harems. The ones that were allowed around the women were castrated so that they couldn't have sex with the women. Itchy. Oh, worst spot to try and itch yourself, back of the shoulder blade. So that my nails are too short to be useful. Or to get the cat toy out of the drain. There's currently a cat toy stuck in the drain of my bathtub. I'll get it out with a screwdriver later. But Kitty was playing kitty hockey and he won. He got it in the goal. And then he couldn't get it out, so he just fucks off and leaves it for me to deal with. Or if he still wants to play, he'll sit there and loudly meow until I come and see what he wants. He figured out a long time ago that if he sits in the bathtub and meows, it echoes off the walls and makes him louder. He likes this. 15.2. Use my body as you see fit, sexually or otherwise. Please define or otherwise. Yes! This is a good question. 15.5. This whole discipline clause. I'm not sure I want to be whipped, flogged, or corporally punished. I'm sure this would be a breach of clauses 2 to 5 and so also for any other reason. That's just mean. And you told me you weren't a sadist. Yes! Shit. Read on, Gray. So he knows. He knows that he is full of shit and that he is contradicting himself massively multiple times in this contract. And then it makes no sense. 15.10. Like loaning me out to someone else would ever be an option, but I'm glad it's here in black and white. Point 14. The rules. More on those later. Point 19. Touching myself without your permission. What's the problem with this? You know I don't do it anyway. 21. Discipline. Please see clause 15.5 above. 22. Why can't I look you in the eyes? Why? 24. Why can't I touch you? Rules. Sleep. I'll agree to 6 hours. Food. I'm not eating food from a prescribed list. The food list goes or I do. Deal breaker. Notice how the only thing that's a deal breaker to her is the thing about food. So pretty much confirming she's anorexic as hell. Well, this is going to be an issue. Clothes. As long as I only have to wear your clothes when I'm with you, okay. Exercise, we agreed on 3 hours. This still says 4. Soft limits. Can we go through all of these? No fisting of any kind. What is suspension? Genital clamps, you've got to be kidding me. Can you please let me know the arrangement for Wednesday? I'm working until 5 that day. Good night, Anna. So that's all of her concerns. And the only thing that's a deal breaker for her is the food. But her actually being anorexic would make sense in terms of why she is so willing, or would be so willing, to let him control like every other aspect of her life, because it is a control disorder. Like anorexia, bulimia, EDNOS, eating disorder not otherwise specified, cutting, they're all controlled disorders. They're all things that people do to feel in control or to be in control of one aspect of their life when either they feel like or actually that none of the rest of their life is in their control. Also, this plays into, who got it right? Again, Secretary. Because what is the girl in Secretary? Maggie Gyllenhaal. What is she? She's a cutter. That's we find that out about her. She's a cutter. She has an accident. She winds up in the psych ward for a while, probably for the best. And then when she comes out, she gets a job. And what does she do? She meets James Spader, and and then once he starts dominating her and controlling her, she stops the cutting because she has control in a different way. I will say the shot of her with the spreader bar with her hands like this, I'm just walking down the hallway and it's from behind and she's in the pencil skirt. That is one of the sexiest shots of all time. She's fully dressed and but it's one of the sexiest things of all time. Yeah, I know, right? It's entirely possible. I'm willing to bet most of the things described in the appendices, she has no idea what they are. And, if she has a problem with butt plugs, one thing that really should be specified is whether anal beads are okay or anal wands, because those are two different things from butt plugs. Those are different things. And, if she doesn't specifically say no, he's going to definitely try it and say, well, you didn't say no and it falls under other. But so just putting a potato up her butt if he wants to, like, this is why you don't. This is why, like, no actual BDSM contract would ever have like other anywhere else. Like they would never be anything that unspecific. Oh, now we get more emails. Her response is a relief. Miss Steele has put some thought into this, more so than anyone else I've dealt with over this contract, because the other ones are already just blind little submissives that would do whatever the fuck you said. She's really engaged. She seems to be taking it seriously and will have much to discuss on Wednesday. The uncertainty that I felt when leaving her apartment this evening recedes. There's hope for our relationship. But first, she needs to sleep. Because it's after midnight and she's still awake, and I don't own her yet, but I'm going to tell her what to do long distance anyway and expect to be obeyed. Him to her. Miss Steele, that's a long list. Why are you still up? A few minutes later, her answer is in my inbox. Burning the midnight oil. Sir, if you recall, I was going through this list when I was distracted and bedded by a passing control freak. Good night, Anna. Oh, I know. I almost said it. Because no, there's no relationship. She is a fuck doll with like job hours. Because he only wants to see her from Friday evening to Sunday afternoon. So she's a fuck doll with a schedule. But that's it. I still say this works if he adds the line of I will pay you $100,000 a week. With a bonus $1,000,000 if you make it the whole 3 months. Then it works. Then I understand how he has submissives. Because really, any like actual trained real submissive would not put up with his crap. Like really, really would not put up with his shit. They just wouldn't. Taylor and Mrs. Jones at this time of night, probably sleeping together because we learn later they're a thing, but they're both live-in. And yet they only seem to exist when he needs to tell them something. Like, we never see them, like, walking in the background or anything, like, you know what I mean? Like, they definitely don't exist when he's not talking to them, even though they live with him. Also, do we really think somebody who's as much a control freak as him could tolerate having 2 other people living in his house? 'Cause I don't. I think he'd go crazy. I know. I wish there'd been more of a lead up to them getting together. Like, it's one of the few things that makes me happy, but I wish we had like seen some actual sign of it. There are definitely, oh god, there's so many. There's so many. But Twilight's like that too. Twilight's got so many fucking side characters that I bet I couldn't name 5 of them, and that includes the members of the Cullen family. I bet you I can't name all of them. Or remember which ones were recast at least once. Though I think Bryce Dallas Howard now holds the record for being in roles that were either recast or being recast because who is it? Is ScarJo is replacing her in the latest Jurassic World movie because she was only on a 3-picture contract because they were only supposed to be 3, but then the last one didn't like break the $1 billion mark, so they're like, let's squeeze a 4th one out of this. But she wasn't under contract anymore, so she told them to fuck it, and so they poured red hair dye on Scarlett Johansson and are hoping people don't notice it's a different actress. And of course, Chris Pratt came back because he can film them in a weekend and it's good money. Her email makes me laugh out loud, but it irritates me in equal measure. She's much more sassy in print and she has a great sense of humor, but the woman needs sleep. So why didn't you just drug her before you left? We all know you had something with you. Him to her. It's only 12 minutes past midnight, by the way. It's not like 4 a.m. Go to bed, Anastasia, all in caps. That would make me stay up for another hour and then send him a picture of my middle finger. Definitely. A few minutes passed, and once I'm convinced she's gone to bed, persuaded by my capital letters, I head into my bedroom. Or she's just not answering you. I take my laptop just in case she replies again. I have a laptop in my bed, but it's for noise and porn. Once in bed, I grab my book and read. After half an hour, I give up. I can't concentrate. My mind keeps straying to Anna. How she was this evening and her email. I need to remind her of what I expect from our relationship. I don't want her getting the wrong idea. I've strayed too far from my goal. Are you going to come and help Anna with the move? Kavanaugh's words remind me that unrealistic expectations have been set. Dude, just hire movers. Just hire movers to shut Kate up and act like you're helping. You don't have to lug boxes yourself. Perhaps I could help them move. No, stop now, Gray. Opening my laptop, I read through her issues email again. I need to manage her expectations and try to find the right words to express how I feel. Finally, I'm inspired. He doesn't feel anything. And, like, what expectation? I think she's pretty clear what you expect. You literally have, like, a 10-page contract. That if it ever got published would so be the end of him. From Christian Gray, subject, your issues. It's now 1:30 in the morning. So even though he said he was reading for 30 minutes, it was actually more like 70. Excuse me, ow. Dear Miss Steele, Following my more thorough examination of your issues, may I bring to your attention the definition of submissive. Excuse me. Submissive. Adjective. 1. Inclined or ready to submit, unresistingly or humbly obedient. Submissive servants. 2. Marked by or indicating submission, a submissive reply. Origin 1518 to 90. Submiss plus iv. Synonyms. 1. Trackable, compliant, pliant, amiable, passive, resigned, patient, docile, tame, subdued. Acronyms: rebellious and disobedient. I'm very curious. I think I read somewhere that that is not actually from any known dictionary. She just made it up. And I'm like, did you look at the real dictionary definition and not like it or something? Because that's really the only reason to do that. Please bear this in mind for our meeting on Wednesday. That's his idea of clarifying things, just to send her the dictionary definition of the word submissive and say, this is what I expect, only he didn't say that. And didn't you tell her the contract's negotiable? Dipshit. That's it. I hope she'll find it amusing, but it gets my point across. With that thought, I switch off the bedside light and fall asleep and dream. Oh, we get more baby talk. Brace for impact. His name is Leliot. He's bigger than me. He laughs and smiles and shouts and talks all the time. He talks all the time to Mommy and Daddy. He is my brother. Why don't you talk? Leliot says again and again and again. Are you stupid? Leliot says again and again and again. I jump on him and smack his face again and again and again. He cries. He cries a lot. I don't cry. I never cry. Mommy is angry with me. I have to sit on the bottom stair. I have to sit for the longest time. But Leliot never asks me why I don't ever talk again. If I make my hand into a fist, he runs away. Leliot is scared of me. He knows I'm a monster. No little kid thinks of themselves as a monster. They think of the other kid as a monster and a brat. And that's why I had to punch him in the face. Mommy, don't you understand? Said every little kid who ever hit somebody and was like, you know, my parents just don't understand me because I really had to punch them because I'm 4 and it was my only option. Though there was a couple times when my friend's little one hit somebody and while he didn't get told that like it was okay, he got told like, okay, mommy understands because sometimes you just gotta hit somebody. And in both cases it involved bullies and it involved he tried to go to the teachers wouldn't do anything. Mommy went to the teachers, they didn't do anything. Mommy went to the principal, they didn't do anything. So she finally told them, kids, sometimes you're gonna have to stand up for yourself. So tomorrow, if the bully bullies you, punch him right in the face. As hard as you can. Guess what? It worked. Her kid got suspended, to which mommy read the school the riot act by saying, oh, now you want to act like you have some authority? Now you want to pretend to notice? When my kid finally stands up and defends himself and punches the bully who's been bullying and hitting and shoving him for weeks, and I told you about it and you did nothing? Now my kid punches the bully one time and you want to suspend him? He got taken to Niagara Falls in the middle of the week and got to ride on the roller coaster, so he was happy. Because that was mommy's answer to him being suspended. Screw you. When I returned from my run the next morning, I checked my email before having a shower. Nothing from Miss Steele, but then it's only 7:30. Maybe that's a little early. Gray, snap out of this. Get a grip. I glare at the gray-eyed prick who stares back at me from the mirror as I shave. No more. Forget about her for today. I have a job to do and a breakfast meeting to attend. Freddie was saying Barney may have a prototype on the tablet for you in a couple of days, Roz tells me during our video conference. I was studying the schematics yesterday. They're impressive, but I'm not sure we're there yet. If we get this right, there's no telling where the technology could go and what it could do in developing countries. Don't forget the home market, she interjects. As if. Christian, just how long are you going to be in Portland? Ross sounds exasperated. What's going on down there? Eyeing the webcam, she then peers hard at her screen, looking for clues in my expression. A merger. I try to hide my smile. Does Marco know? I snort. Marco Ingles is the head of my mergers and acquisitions division. No, it's not that kind of merger. Oh. Roz is silenced momentarily, and from her look, surprised. Yeah, it's private. Well, I hope you're successful, she says, smirking. Me too, I acknowledge with a smirk of my own. Now, can we talk about Woods? Over the past year, I've acquired 3 tech companies. 2 are booming, surpassing all targets. One is struggling despite Marco's initial optimism. Lucas Woods heads it up. He's turned out to be an idiot. All show, no substance. The money has gone to his head and he's lost focus and squandered the lead his company once had in fiber optics. My gut says asset strip the company, fire Woods, and merge their technologies division into GEH. No. Take it mom was disappointed that you missed. I never actually swung on anyone in school. I threatened a couple of people. I did slam a guy into a locker once with my arm across his throat, but that was because he injured a girl who became my friend for many years. We're not in touch anymore, but we were for a long time. This was this was within about 6 months of 9/11, so there was a lot of anti-Muslim hatred going around and a lot of idiocy. And we also at the same time had a lot of newcomers and refugees from, you know, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, primarily Afghanistan back then, so a lot of new Muslim students, which was kind of a problem because we had idiot kid. This kid was in school, and by the way, wearing a Confederate flag T-shirt, which should have gotten him sent home immediately because that not only breaks the dress code, it's considered hate speech even back then. And he saw the Muslim girl walking down the hall. We're in like middle school, so we're like 12, 13 ish, and decides he thinks it's going to be a good idea to come up behind her, grab her hijab, and rip it off. And the thing is, she was just learning how to wear it and keep it like tied properly, which is harder than it looks. So she was using a pin at the time. Sometimes there's a pin right here, depending on how you style it, because she had it fully around her face, quite tight, and down her neck. So she had a big pin right here, like a hat pin. And so when he ripped it off, the hat pin had stabbed into her skin and ripped all the way back to here, all the way through here. Ripped her skin open like badly, badly, badly. Like she was like blood pouring immediately. She's crying. Everyone in the hallway stops. Everybody's looking. But I happened to be behind and I saw him do it. And when he did, I put my arm like this across, like not fully his neck, just below his neck, but I slammed him into the locker really hard. And I had my fist up. I was going to pummel his face. But then I heard a teacher, so I was like, okay, I'm not going to pummel him. The teacher will deal with him. Teacher then tells me, and only me, to go to the office. I'm in trouble for fighting. There's a girl standing there with blood pouring down her face crying, and he's ignoring her. And he's only yelling at me, and I mean he was yelling at me. And several students did say, hey, he attacked her, and she stepped in. She didn't do anything wrong. I still got sent to the principal. I brought the bleeding girl with me over teacher's objections. He didn't try to help her at all. So we're sitting in the office and I'm like grabbing all the Kleenex, like trying to push it to her head and like trying to break the phone code because usually it's like dial 0 to get an outside line, but it wasn't on these ones. Trying to call 911. And then I get yelled at. And I get told I'm going to be suspended for a week for fighting, to which I said, F you, in pretty much those terms. I was over it. And I knew they couldn't call my mom because we didn't have a phone. So they were going to wind up letting me go home like with a note. So yeah. But they didn't even like call her parents. And we had to like yell practically to get them to bring Confederate flag kid that attacked her. And he wound up getting nothing. His dad wound up getting called and showed up and threw a holy fit. Dad's wearing a Confederate flag belt buckle and a shirt with like guns on it. And pretty much the principal said that the boy attacking my friend was understandable tensions given the global events at the moment. He didn't get punished at all. I got suspended for 3 days. So, yeah, that was when I pretty much gave up on teachers or principals as being worth anything and decided that from then on I was going to handle shit myself. Because I very much regretted not pummeling the other kid in the face repeatedly. Because I was in the office still, like when the dad got there and he said all kinds of racist crap. And reminder that I'm in Canada. So a Confederate flag shirt is like really disturbing here. Because we didn't have that. That's not from this country. So I don't know if the other kid was like American or his dad was just really racist. But Ross thinks Lucas needs more time and that we need time to plan if we're going to liquidate and rebrand his company. If we do, it will involve expensive redundancies. I think Woods has had enough time to turn this around. He just won't accept reality, I say emphatically. We need him gone, and I'd like Marco to estimate the cost of liquidating. Marco wants to join us for this part of the call. I'll get him to log in. At 12:30 in the afternoon, Taylor drives me to the WSU in Vancouver for lunch with the president and head of the Environmental Science Department. The vice president of economic development has and the vice president of economic development. As we approach the long driveway, I can't help looking out at all the students to see if I can spy Miss Steele. Alas, I don't see her. She's probably holed up in the library reading a classic. The thought of her curled up somewhere with a book is comforting. There's been no reply to my last email, but then she's been working. Perhaps there'll be something after lunch. Obsess much? As we pull up outside the administration building, my phone buzzes. It's Grace. She never calls during the week. Mom? Hello, darling. How are you? Fine. I'm about to go into a meeting. Your PA said you were in Portland. Her voice is full of hope. Damn, she thinks I'm with Anna. Yeah, on business. How's Anastasia? There it is. So he's got a nosy parent. Fine as far as I know, Grace. What do you want? Oh, good Lord. My mother is someone else whose expectations I have to manage. See, this is why he would freeze his sperm to have a kid be a surrogate to shut up his parents later. Mia's coming home a week early on Saturday. I'm on call that day, and your father's away at a legal conference presenting a panel on philanthropy and age, she says. Since when is the father a lawyer? Wasn't the father like a mechanical engineer or something? I swear he was. I swear he was not a lawyer. Right? Right? What is the point? Like, I am not understand. And this, I know in the South they do like all these like Civil War reenactments and stuff. And it's a big deal. It's a really big deal. Some guys take it way too seriously. I'm running out of my lipstick and they don't make it anymore. Right? That as well. Like if he adopted a kid, they'd be thrilled. Cause yeah. Also, of all the things to keep, just because you're fanficking Twilight, that would be such a thing to just hand wave get rid of. In Twilight, it makes sense to claim they're all adopted because they're not actually related. There's no reason to do it in this. It kind of just makes his parents weird, honestly. Or makes you wonder if, like, maybe they couldn't conceive for some reason. I know! Yes, Gettysburg is the big one, though. I know that's a big one. Like, that's like a once a year, you know, like people spend all year like getting ready for it and spend like $1,000 on like their perfectly accurate costume or having the exact rifle that they would have carried back then, or else you're not authentic enough. And they get into like spats over like how authentic somebody is. Like, oh, you have a plastic water canteen. They wouldn't have had that. Why didn't you stitch one from animal hide like me so it's authentic? Because I have a real life. You want me to meet her? Will you? Sure. Ask her to send me her flight details. She's a grown woman. I think she can hail it. I think she can call an Uber to your house by herself. Thank you, darling. Say hi to Anastasia for me. I have to go. Goodbye, Mom. I hang up before she can ask any more awkward questions. Taylor opens the car door. Can we also note he's calling his mom both Mom and Grace at the same time, which is weird. Yes, they are. We had one once. We went to our middle school trip at the time. Actually, no joke. The middle school trip when I started in grade 6 was to go to New York for a week. And then 9/11 happened and we couldn't go to New York anymore. So it got changed to Quebec City by the time I was old enough to go. And we went to Old Quebec City. Quebec City is 2 cities. There's Old Quebec, which is within the wall. It's a literal wall that is shaped like a hand, which is useful if you don't know your way around. Because then you can remember that in Old Quebec, as long as you are within the wall, and it's a literal wall, you can see it from anywhere because it's very small, that there are 4 major roads. The Palm is the plaza where Chateau Frontenac, which we were under pain of death to not go in ever, because not only is it like one of the most fanciest hotels in the entire world, so they don't want a bunch of teenagers standing around the lobby going, wow. It also is the site of a lot of political meetings, which were also going on at the time. So security was like way up. So we were like told, do not go there. Do not even go on that side of the plaza. Do you see all the line of like police standing there? Do not go over there. There's stuff going on that we can't be part of. So we don't get to look over there. Stay on this side. Because our hotel, fortunately, was just on the other side. So that was easy to learn. But yeah, the lower Quebec, as it's called, or outside the old city, huge. Huge, sprawling. It's amazing we didn't lose anyone. But we did a war reenactment because they have the Plains of Abraham there, where not quite as famous as Waterloo, but something similar. Who I'm trying to remember who are the generals. One was Wolfe, because it was between the British and the Americans. Because we weren't. It was before Canada was Canada, so they weren't Canadians yet. They were British. Well, we were all British. Okay, Canada. We're fucking British. We're still British. Come on. Um. So yeah, I think the British general was Wolfe. I forget who the. No, the American general was Wolfe. The Canadian guy was French. It was Champlain. That's who it was. It was Champlain. It was Wolfe and Champlain on the plains of Abraham. Yeah. And we did like a reenactment thing of it. It was fun. It's kind of ditzy, but it was fun. But yeah, Wolfe and Champlain. I'm pretty sure. And it was one of those battles that basically was a draw. Nobody really won, and both sides took heavy casualties. Uh, Taylor opens the car door for me. I should be out of here by 3. Yes, Mr. Gray. Will you be able to see your daughter tomorrow, Taylor? Yes, sir. His expression is warm and full of paternal pride. The daughter who we were told was like 5 and then at the end is like suddenly in college because I think they just honestly forgot what age she was. Great. I'll be here at 3, he confirms. I head into the university's administration building. This is going to be a long lunch. I have managed to keep Anastasia Steele out of every waking thought today. Almost. During lunch, there were times when I found myself imagining us in my playroom. What did she call it? The Red Room of Pain? I shake my head, smiling, and check my email. That woman has a way with words, but so far there are no words from her today. I change from my suit to my sweats and get ready for the hotel gym. As I'm about to leave my room, I hear a ping. It's her. This is like the definition of obsessed and simping, only there's not so much simp to it, which is kind of scary. From Anastasia Steele, subject My issues, what about your issues? Sir, please note the date of origin, 1580 to 90. I would respectfully remind Sir that the year is 2011. We have come a long way since then. May I offer a definition for you to consider for our meeting? Compromise. Noun. A settlement of differences by mutual concessions and agreement reached by adjustment or conflicting by adjustment of conflicting or opposing claims, principles, etc., by reciprocal modification of demands, the result of such a settlement, something intermediate between different things. The split level is a compromise between a ranch house and a multi-storied house. An endangering estimation of reputation, exposure, a danger, suspicion, compromise of one's integrity. Anna. What a surprise. A provocative email from Miss Steele, but our meeting is still happening. What a relief. Reply from him. Good point, well made as ever. I will collect you from your apartment at 7 tomorrow. My phone buzzes. It's Elliot. Hey, hotshot. Kate asked me to hassle you about the move. The move? Kate and Anna are Kate and Anna help moving, you dipshit. I give him an exaggerated sigh. He really is a crude asshole. I can't help. I'm meeting Mia at the airport. What? Can't mom do that? Or dad? No, mom called me this morning. Then I guess that settles it. You never told me how you got on with Anna. Did you? Goodbye, Elliot. I hang up. It's none of his business, and an email is waiting for me. Why do we think that they've never whenever they discuss sex, it was Elliot bragging about his conquest because apparently in this version of the story he's a man whore. Though to Christian that could be like he has like one woman a year, but he only has vanilla sex with them. More emails. This is why I was sure we'd get through like a decent amount of chapter 10 because this is flying by. We're already like almost at page count, but so much of it is emails like it doesn't count. Seriously, this is 2 emails and it takes up 2 full pages. Like, biggest waste of space. That's what pads something that should be like maybe 300 pages out to being almost 600. This is almost 600 pages. Ew. I'm still working on getting the third one, by the way. I started looking at like thrift stores and used bookstores, and I can't find it for under $10, and I'm not spending that much. And that's not with shipping included. Shipping would be like almost the same. So, still working on that. From Anastasia Steele, 2011, Women Can Drive. Sir, I have a car. I can drive. I would prefer to meet you somewhere. Where shall I meet you? At your hotel at 7? How irritating. I write back immediately. Stubborn young women. Dear Miss Steele, I refer you to my email dated 20 May 24th, 2011, sent at 1:27 a.m. The definition contained therein. Do you think you'll ever be able to do as you're told? No, idiot, that's what she's telling you. Her response is slow, which does nothing for my mood. From her, intractable men. Mr. Gray, I would like to drive. Please, Anna. Stop asking, bitch. You don't belong to him. At least not yet. How about telling him, I'm going to drive myself, so you can either tell me where I'm going or this meeting cannot happen. Your choice. Intractable? Me? Fuck. If her meeting goes as planned, her contrary behavior will be a thing of the past. With that in mind, I agree, because he literally plans to beat it out of her. Because that works. Like, even on Dr. Quinn, they acknowledged that beating women to keep them in line is a bad idea more than once. The local brothel owner admits it at one point. He says he used to keep his girls in line with the back of his hand, but he learned better because he learned A, it doesn't work, and that it makes him a monster, and he didn't like it. And it was like bad for business all around. So the guy who is supposed to represent like all that is evil and wrong with the town says beating women is not a good thing and you shouldn't do it. And in fact, if you know the character of Hank, he will defend his whores, and that's what they are, but he will fucking defend them like no other. He actively tries to shoot people that hurt them more than once, and he means it. He puts out a bounty once. So, he may not be a good guy, but, he's loyal to them. And they actually had contracts, as we learned, because that's an issue in many an episode is the whores and their contracts. But they do say Hank keeps up his side. They work for him, but he's responsible for like feeding, housing, and buying them new clothes. That is a thing that he's responsible for because he gets into arguments about it, like saying, "Hey, my girls have been waiting on this silk for 2 months. Why isn't it here? I gotta keep up my side to them." So, yes, I'm saying the character of the evil brothel owner from a show that is set in 1880 is more likable and better to his whores that he literally owns his property than Christian Grey is to his submissives. A lot better. With that in mind, I agree. From Christian Grey, exasperated man, fine, my hotel at 7. I'll meet you in the Marble Bar. Walk across the ivory marble way. I'm going to stop quoting Criminal Minds. I swear. As from the episode Pleasure is My Business, it's one of the best they ever did. I wish I could remember the name of the actress in it because she is phenomenal. So good. From Anastasia Steele, Not So Intractable Men, thank you. And she writes Anna X. And I'm rewarded with a kiss, ignoring how it makes me feel. I let her know that she's welcome. My mood has lifted and I head to the hotel gym. She sent me a kiss. Are we supposed to believe he's some kind of simping idiot? Because I'm sorry, that's not true. That is not true at all. End of chapter, by the way. We're going to keep going because it's early. And the whole next chapter is pretty short. I don't know if we'll get through all of it, but we'll see. But yeah, I knew we'd get through this because I saw that like pretty much the entirety of chapter 9 is just the contract and email, so it takes like nothing to read it. So that's why I had so much extra unplanned just in case. Oh. Stretch. Puppy's in a coma on the couch. Thomas is in the sink in the bathroom. Worn out from a good game of kitty hockey. He tried to escape today. Thomas, and the balcony door open? I gotta be careful because he's trying to cut a hole in the screen to get out, which will work because the way that the door is barred from the outside, it's just a plank of wood across the door bolted into the brick. So you can't open the screen door because it opens outward. So you can't open it. But if he cuts a hole in the screen door, he can go under that and out. And then I can't go out and grab his fuzzy ass and bring him back in. We would have kind of a call the fire department moment, which I don't want to have. But it's been getting warmer here, so the birds are going tweet 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 tweet, and he's going, kill the birdie, kill the birdie, kill the birdie, kill the birdie. What is on my arm? Not that he has any chance, because he's the kitty that would see the birdie, leap over the balcony, then hang there like a Looney Tunes cartoon, look down, and then go, oops, and then fall, and then probably die because he doesn't know how to parachute himself. Or the way the trees are, he'd crash into a tree and die. But he is the kind of kitty that will die by misadventure if he's not kept contained. Really got to remind my friend to send me more Vicks inhalers. Wednesday, May 25th, 2011. So this is a big day. We've been apart for like 2 days, which I'm surprised. I order a glass of Sancerre and stand at the bar. I've been waiting for this moment all day and look repeatedly at my watch. This feels like a first date, and in a way it is. I've never taken a prospect out to dinner. I've sat through interminable meetings today, bought a business and fired 3 people. Nothing I've done today, including running, twice, and a quick circuit at the gym, has dispelled the anxiety I've wrestled with all day. That power is in the hands of Anastasia Steele. I want her submission. And that's what it is. He doesn't, at this point, I don't think he wants her as a person. He just wants to win. She's the first female that's ever resisted him in any way, so he just wants to win to feel like he's in control, but it's getting him off in ways he didn't know about because he's never been challenged by a woman. He's had submissives handed to him. He said Mrs. Robinson usually picks them out, which, by the way, directly contradicts what is said in 50 Shades, where he says he does all of it himself. But in this one, no, Mrs. Robinson serves them up on a platter, as well as taking care of their physical appearance and like beauty needs, as well as like talking to them and training them, like but in advance of meeting him. You're absolutely right. He never sees her as a person. And he doesn't want her as a person because everything about her, like, not that she has any character development or any character traits that I could even fucking name, but anything that is of her personality, as we may call it, which she doesn't have, are things that he demands change or demands that she supplicate to him. Everything that we know about her is what either he ascribes to her in his head or that he makes her do. Like, same thing with Bella. Tell me 3 things that describe Bella Swan that are not about her appearance, who she dates, or that she's in high school. Tell me 3 things about her as a person. You can't get there because it's not there, because we're never told. Excuse me. Fucking hiccups. Anastasia's the same. She doesn't have a personality of her own. She has what he gives her. He sees her the way he wants her to be, and that's not true, but excuse me, but it's what it's what we get because it's all there is. Yes, mustache dad Blazer Blackworth. Yep. She also, I point out, Bella Swan also has no self-preservation and puts herself in dangerous, deadly situations for Edward. Because what does she do? She jumps off a fucking cliff, bashes her head, nearly gets killed by Victoria, and then literally dies, to where we see Jacob doing bad CPR on the beach to revive her after she's drowned. And so, yeah, she's literally willing to kill herself just to have a hallucination of Edward. Because let's face it, she goes crazy in the third one or second one. The one where he leaves her, whichever the fuck. I don't care. I don't know. Whichever the one he fucking leaves her in, she goes insane. Yes, that's called main character syndrome. Some people have it in real life. But that is main character syndrome all the way. Where, there's just something about that girl. Yeah, because the author said so, but she forgot to, actually write it in. I hope she's not going to be late. I glance towards the entrance of the bar, and my mouth dries. She's standing on the threshold, and for a second I don't realize it's her. She looks exquisite. Her hair falls in soft waves to her breast on one side, and on the other it's pinned back so it's easier to see her delicate jawline and the gentle curve of her slender neck. That's the hairstyle that Julia Roberts is wearing when Richard Gere goes to the bar to pick her up, and he also doesn't recognize her because she looks really damn good. She's wearing high heels and a tight, dark purple dress that accentuates her lithe, alluring figure. Wow. I step forward to meet her. You look stunning, I whisper and kiss her cheek. And closing my eyes, I savor her scent. She smells heavenly. A dress, Miss Steele, I approve. Diamonds in her ears would complete the ensemble. I must buy her a pair. Taking her hand, I lead her to a booth. What would you like to drink? I'm rewarded with a knowing smile as she sits down. I'll have what you're having, please. Ah, she is learning. Another glass of Sancerre, I tell the waiter, and I slide into the booth opposite her. They have an excellent wine cellar here, I add, and take a moment to look at her. She's wearing a little makeup, not too much. And I remember when she first fell into my office how ordinary I thought she looked. She's anything but ordinary. With a little makeup and the right clothes, she's a goddess. Yeah, he's not delusional at all. She shifts in her seat and her eyelashes flutter. Are you nervous? I ask. Yes. This is it, Gray. This is how he wants her. Leaning forward in a candid whisper, I tell her that I'm nervous too. She looks as if I've grown 3 heads. Yeah, I'm human too, baby. Just. The waiter places Anna's wine and 2 small plates of mixed nuts and olives between us. Anna squares her shoulders, an indication that she means business, like she did when she first interviewed me. So, how are we going to do this? Run through my points one by one, she asks. Impatient as ever, Miss Steele. Well, I could ask you what you thought of the weather today, she retorts. Oh, that smart mouth. Let her stew for a moment, Gray. This is how he's always thinking around her. He's always manipulating, even when there's no reason to. Keeping my eyes on hers, I pop an olive into my mouth and lick my index finger. Her eyes grow wider and darker. I thought the weather was particularly unexceptional today. I try for nonchalance. Are you smirking at me, Mr. Gray? I am, Miss Steele. This is not cute. She purses her lips to stifle her smile. You know this contract is legally unenforceable. I'm fully aware of that, Miss Steele. Were you going to tell me that at any point? What? I didn't think I'd have to. And you've worked it out yourself. This is in his head. You think I'd coerce you into something you don't want to do, and then pretend that I have a legal hold over you? Yes! That was my point about the submissive cannot be released without your permission. Yes, I fully do. I fully fucking do. Yes, absolutely 100%. Yes, you would. I'm sure you have. Yes, absolutely. Well, yes. Whoa. You don't think very highly of me, do you? You haven't answered my question. Yes, idiot, because that's how you act. That is how you act. Like, I'm sorry, you cannot blame her for calling you out on things that are absolutely positively what anybody hearing you talk the way you talk and act the way you act would fucking think. Yes, you absolutely would coerce women into doing things they didn't want to do, of course. Anastasia, it doesn't matter if it's legal or not. It kind of does. It represents an arrangement that I would like to make with you. What I would like from you and what you can expect from me. If you don't like it, then don't sign. If you do sign, then decide you don't like it. There are enough get out clauses that you can walk away. Even if it were legally binding, do you think I'd drag this through the courts if you decide to run? What does she take me for? How about she sees you as you are, and yeah. She considers me with her unfathomable blue eyes. What I need her to understand is that the contract isn't about the law. It's about trust. Well, if only there was any in there, because there certainly isn't. I want you to trust me, Anna. Still not saying this out loud. As she takes a sip of her wine, I rush on, endeavoring to explain. Relationships like this are built on honesty and trust. If you don't trust me to know how I'm affecting you, how far I can go with you, how far I can take you. If you can't be honest with me, then we really can't do this. Then we can't do this because she doesn't know enough about being honest with you. And he's lying his ass off right now because he doesn't want honesty. He doesn't want to hear it if it's too far or they don't like it. He wants to do what he wants without question or comment. Like, that's why he wants them still and silent, because they are fuck dolls and nothing else. And he doesn't like being reminded that they're real people with real feelings that he's really hurting. She rubs her chin as she considers what I've said. So it's quite simple, Anastasia. Do you trust me or not? Who in the fuck would? And if she thinks so little of me, then we shouldn't do this at all. My gut is nodding with tension. Did you have similar discussions with, the 15? No. Why is she going off on this tangent? This is not a tangent. Why not? She asks. Because they were all established submissives. They knew what they wanted out of a relationship with me and generally what I expected. With them, it was a question of fine tuning the soft limits, details like that. Is there a store you go to? Submissives are us? She arches an eyebrow and I laugh out loud. And like a magician's rabbit, the tension disappears from my body. Not exactly. My tone is wry. Then how? She's ever curious, but I don't want to talk about Elena again. The last time I mentioned her, Anna turned frosty. Is that what you want to discuss? Or shall we get down to the nitty gritty? Your issues, as you say. She frowns. Okay, so just sidestepping the question of how do you acquire your submissives normally? Does it involve chloroform in a dark alley? Are you hungry? I ask. She looks suspiciously at the olives. No. Have you eaten today? She hesitates. Shit. No, she says. And I try not to let her admission anger me. You have to eat, Anastasia. We can eat down here or in my suite, whichever you prefer. She'll never go for this. I think we should stay in public, on neutral ground. As predicted, sensible Miss Steele. Do you think that would stop me? My voice is husky. She swallows. I hope so. Put the girl out of her misery, Gray. Come, I have a private dining room booked. No public. Rising, I hold out my hand to her. Will she take it? Okay, so she just said, I think we should stay in public, and his response is, I have a private dining room booked. Come with me. After she said she hasn't eaten all day, and she knows he's about to pretty much literally shove food down her throat, or pretty close to it. Knock my mouse. She looks from my face to my hand. Bring your wine, I order. And she picks up her glass and places her hand in mine. So, just twice ignoring what she wants, that she doesn't want to eat anything and she wants to stay in public. He's like, no, we're going to go to my private dining room and you're going to eat. As we leave the bar, I notice admiring glances from other guests. And in the case of one handsome, athletic guy, overt appreciation of my date. It's not something I've dealt with before, and I don't think I like it. Ew! Upstairs on the mezzanine, the liveried young host, dispatched by the maitre d', leads us to the room I've booked. He only has eyes for Miss Steele, and I give him a withering look that sends him into retreat from the opulent dining room. An older waiter seats Anna and drapes a napkin on her lap. I've ordered already. I hope you don't mind. I would. Also, it would be an issue because I have food allergies, and that's why you should never order for people because you don't know. You don't know if they're allergic, you don't know if they're vegetarian, you don't know if they hate vichyssoise. No, that's fine, she says with a gracious nod. It's good to know that you can be amiable, I smirk. Now, where were we? The nitty gritty, she says, focused on the task at hand. But then she takes a large gulp of wine and her cheeks color. She must be looking for courage. I'll have to watch how much she's drinking because she's driving. We could always spend the night here. Then I could peel her out of that enticing dress. Regaining my focus, I return to business. Anna's issues. From the inside pocket of my jacket, I retrieve her email. She squares her shoulders once more and gives me an expectant look. And I have to hide my amusement. Clause 2. Agreed. This is for the benefit of us both. Shall I redraft? I shall redraft. She takes another sip. My sexual health? Well, all of my previous partners have had blood tests, and I have regular tests every 6 months for all the health risks you mentioned. All my recent tests are clear. I've never taken drugs. In fact, I'm vehemently anti drug, and I have a strict no tolerance policy with regards to drugs for all my employees. And I insist on random drug testing. You'd have a hard time getting away with that today. Especially because, like, weed and other things are quickly becoming more legal. I'm pretty sure shrooms are, like, legal in 2 states now and are vastly being explored for psychiatric uses in small doses, small controlled, very much observed doses because yeah, they can go haywire, but in very small doses can be useful, or so I'm told. I've always wondered if I would, because I'm allergic to mushrooms. I've always wondered if I would be like allergic to mushrooms, or if they're significantly different enough that I wouldn't be, or would I be like really, really allergic to them? I've always wondered that because I have some of the psych things that they say shrooms can be really helpful for. But again, that's like under supervision with like microdosing. Uh, in fact, one of the people I fired today failed his drug test. She's shocked, but I plow on. I've never had any blood transfusions. Does that answer your question? She nods. Your next point I mentioned earlier. You can walk away any time, Anastasia. I won't stop you. If you go, however, that's it. Just so you know. No second chances ever. Okay, she replies, though she doesn't sound certain. We both fall silent as the waiter enters with our appetizers. For a moment, I wonder if I should have held this meeting at my office, then dismiss the thought as ridiculous. And yet, that's what the movie did. That's entirely what the movie. Because I was gonna say, this scene in the movie is not in a restaurant. It's not in a private dining room. It's in his office. In what looks like the meeting room from The Incredibles, with worse lighting. It's one of the few scenes that people think is actually cinematographically or whatever the word is, I can't tell anymore. But they think it's like well shot because the dynamics of them across this huge table with the lighting and all that shit is actually good. Because the rest of the movie is shot in such broad panavision, it all looks like garbage. There's no distinction to anything. And also, one thing I really don't get with the movie, because the way his apartment and other places are described as like the artwork on the walls and the colors and the decor, they're described as being quite beautiful and opulent spaces. And yet in the movie, everything is fucking minimalistic. Everything is white walls and gray furniture and no decor and no decoration. It all just looks like a bland, like, space that's waiting to be rented, and then they didn't do anything with it when they rented it. And it's like, really? Like, did you not have any money to dress the set? Like, really? Because I know these movies are shit and they were, you know, made on a conservative ish budget, but everybody knew they were going to blow, like, they were going to make major dollars, okay? Like, I don't know if they were expecting the trilogy to be in the $1 billion club, but it was. Uh, should have held this meeting at my office, then dismissed the thought as ridiculous. Only fools mix business with pleasure. I've kept my work and private life separate. It's one of my golden rules. And the only exception to that is my relationship with Elena. But then she helped me start my business. I hope you like oysters, I remarked to Anna as the waiter leaves. I've never had one. Oh God, I'd be dead. I know if I ever tried to eat an oyster, I would vomit on whoever handed it to me. Really? Well, all you do is tip and swallow. I think you can manage that. Fuck you. Double fuck you. I stare pointedly at her mouth, remembering how. Oh, Kitty! Kitty's having a snack. Remembering how well she can swallow. Rub Sasha's belly for me. It'll make me feel better in the universe. Or pet her head, whatever she's, whatever she's in the mood for. On cue, she blushes and I squeeze lemon juice on the shellfish and tip it into my mouth. Mmm, delicious. Tastes of the sea. And grin as she watches me, fascinated. Go on, I encourage her, knowing she's not one to back down from a challenge. So I don't chew it. No, Anastasia, you don't. What is the point? How can you even, like, taste it if all you do is, like, swallow a freaking slug? Like, ear scritches are good. Also, points for knowing the word scritches. It's a very Canadian thing to say you scritched the pet or whatever. But ear scritches are good. Did she do the thing where she like turns her head sideways to like really dig into the scritches and she's like, yeah, get the back really hard. Come on, dig harder, harder, harder. I smack myself with my foot pretty hard. Keep going. And then as soon as you stop, they have to go shake, 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 shake. I love the flappy noise that their ears make. Actually sleeping or pretended to be asleep while spying on her human. Mm, big baby. I need another doggy so bad. I try not to think about her teeth toying with my favorite part of my anatomy, which makes me think of her biting it off, which makes me happy. She presses them to her bottom lip, leaving little indentation marks. Damn, the sight stirs my body and I shift in my chair. She reaches for an oyster, squeezes the lemon, holds back her head, and opens wide. She tips the oyster into her mouth. My body hardens. There's nothing that doesn't get him hard. Well, I ask and sound a little hoarse. Oh, expect to hear the sounds of a kitty rearranging a litter box for quite some time because he started digging in that way that says I've hit the bottom and I'm going to keep going forever. Well, I ask and sound a little hoarse. I'll have another, she says with wry humor. Good girl. Now I'm going to burn the page. She asked me if I've chosen oysters deliberately, knowing their reputed aphrodisiac qualities. I surprise her when I tell her they were simply at the top of the menu. I don't need an aphrodisiac near you. Yeah, I could fuck you right now. Behave, Gray. Get this negotiation back on track. Now there's two people in his head. Ooh. So, where were we? I return to your email and concentrate on outstanding issues. Clause 9. Obey me in all things. Yes, I want you to do that. This is important to me. I need to know that she is safe and will do anything for me. I need you to do that. Think of it as role play, Anastasia. But I'm worried you'll hurt me. Hurt you how? Physically. Do you really think I would do that? Go beyond any limit you can take? Yes, you fucking dickweed! Yes! Because you will! You fucking will! You've already established this. You've already done multiple BDSM things without her consent, without her permission, without her knowing what the fuck you are doing. So yes, you absolutely will physically injure her because you have no idea what her limits are, neither does she, because she's never done this before, you idiot! And he knows this. He knows this. He absolutely knows this. He just knows he can lie and spin and whatever his way out of anything whatsoever. So, yeah, he knows that he's absolutely going to end up hurting her because neither of them know what her limits actually are. She certainly has no idea. Like, he can hold up a cane and say, Can I, I'm going to spank you 50 times, which, for me, that's a warm up. Whether I'm giving or receiving, that's a warm up. But she doesn't know that. Or with what intensity or what level of cane. Like, make it like a wispy, like, you know, 1 centimeter piece of like willow or something flexible that's going to be way different than like a half-inch steel bar or steel cane. Like, very different effects. And like, how's he going to know what she can take and can't take? They don't know this. She doesn't know this. So yeah, he's absolutely going to hurt her. You said you've hurt someone before. Yes, I have. It was a long time ago. Okay, thereby making her concern valid. Even more so. But also, we know she's not into pain. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like pain being a part of the arrangement. Ever. That never changes. Doesn't stop him from hurting her, but she never enjoys pain or thinks that it should be part of their sexual relationship. She always resents him for it. Always. How did you hurt her? I suspended her from my playroom ceiling. In fact, that's one of your questions, suspension. That's what the carabiners are for in the playroom, rope play. One of the ropes was tied too tightly. Appalled, she holds up her hand in a plea for me to stop. Too much information. How is that too much information just to say we were doing rope play and I tied one of the ropes too tightly and she was injured? Like, that is not too much information. That's actually quite vague. I would need more details than that. I know, right? I don't need to know anymore. So you won't suspend me then? She asks. Not if you really don't want to. You can make that a hard limit. Okay. She exhales, relieved. And yet again in the movies he is seen doing this to some degree. Even though I believe it is a hard limit there as well. So, further proof he has no regard for any kind of limits because he never adheres to them. He breaks his own rules all the time. He breaks his submissive rules all the time. He does whatever he wants whenever he wants. Like, that's what it is. Like, when he says I get to own you, that's what he means. So he doesn't care what you have to say or don't like. Move on, Gray. So obeying, you think you can manage that? She stares at me with those eyes that see through to my dark soul, and I don't know what she's going to say. Shit, this could be the end. I could try, she says, her voice low. It's my turn to exhale. I'm still in the game. Good, excuse me. Okay, before we go on, I have to burn the page where he called her good girl because that just drives me crazy to a way that others don't. And so here we go. Your nightly burning of shit. I'm really trying not to set it on fire, but these pages are very flammable, okay? They are made of much more flammable stuff than the other books. I don't know what changed, but they are, because I barely touched that, and it's still burning, and it burned a really big hole in the page in like one flash, and burned the page behind it, and the pages behind that. Okay, I barely touched it. I barely touched it. Also, these pages don't burn, turn into ashes, and then I can still read them. They actually burn. I haven't made the burn video for 50 Shades Freed yet. It's on my list of things to do this week because I think I can breathe well enough and I'm recovered enough that I won't die. So it's on my list. I've got all the phrases that I highlighted written down to record, and I think my voice is up to it finally. So I think we'll get there. So possibly next week there'll be a burn video. Now term. Clause 11. 1 month instead of 3 is no time at all, especially if you want a weekend away from me each month. We'll get nowhere in that time. She needs training, and I can't stay away from her for any length of time. I tell her as much. Maybe we can compromise, as she suggested. How about 1 day over 1 weekend per month you get to yourself, but I get a midweek night that week? I watch her weighing the possibility. Okay, she says eventually. See, I would go with I get 1 full weekend off, but you get 1 midweek day every week, including the week that I get a weekend off. That would be my trade. I think that's fair because he's getting more time. But having an entire weekend off is better than having one random day. Good. And please, let's try it for 3 months. If it's not for you, then you can walk away anytime. 3 months, she says. Is she agreeing? I'll take that as yes. Right, here goes. The ownership thing. That's just terminology and goes back to the principle of obeying. It's to get you into the right frame of mind to understand where I'm coming from. Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. He fully means it as ownership and all that that implies. The same as if she was a dog, a cat, a horse, or a mouse. I mean, hell, he'd probably have more respect for those as living creatures because she's really just a prop to him. Like, she really is just a prop. She's as much a piece of furniture as his spanking bench or his floggers or his four-poster bed. She is just equipment to get himself off and nothing else. He'd have more respect for a mouse. And I want you to know that as soon as you cross my threshold as my submissive, I will do what I like to you. Well, there's a phrase that's getting highlighted. You have to accept that and willingly. That's why you have to trust me. That's why you shouldn't trust him. Because real doms do not speak in absolutes and are not idiots. I will fuck you anytime, any way I want, anywhere I want, and I will discipline you because you will screw up. I will train you to please me. You know, I'm just highlighting that whole goddamn thing because that is just the rant of a delusional control freak tyrant and not a proper dom. But I know you've not done this before. Initially, we'll take it slowly and I will help you. We'll build up to various scenarios. I want you to trust me, but I know I have to earn your trust, and I will. The or otherwise, again, is to help you get into the mind frame. It means anything goes. Some speech, great. You can tell he's never had to justify this before because he's used to being blindly complied with, but he knows he's talking out his ass. She sits back, overwhelmed, I think. Still with me? I ask gently. The waiter sneaks into the room, and with a nod, I give him permission to clear our table. Would you like to have some more wine? I ask her. I have to drive. Good answer. Some water, then? She nods, still or sparkling. Sparkling, please. Carbonated water, ew. The waiter leaves with our plates. You're very quiet, I whisper. She's barely said a word. You're very verbose, she shoots straight back at me. Fair point, Miss Steele. Now for the next item on our list of issues. Clause 15. I take a deep breath. Discipline. There's a fine line between pleasure and pain, Anastasia. They are two sides of the same coin, one not existing without the other. I can show you how pleasurable pain can be. You don't believe me now, but this is what I mean about trust. There will be pain, but nothing you can't handle. Again, you don't know that and you won't listen. Like, if she says, that hurts too much, I can't take it, he's going to say, yes, you can, just trust me. That's going to be the problem. And that's why he's an abuser. I cannot emphasize this enough. Again, it comes down to trust. Do you trust me, Anna? In other words, do you trust me enough to let me hurt you and do whatever I want and then listen to my absolute bullshit about how it was really for your benefit? And aren't you glad you let me do that? Because now you know you can handle it. And you didn't think you could, but here you are still technically breathing and alive. And so, therefore, it's okay. Yes, I do, she says immediately. Her response knocks me sideways. It's completely unexpected. Yeah, it's a very much like Jasmine telling Aladdin she trusts him and getting on the magic carpet. For all we know, he's kidnapping the Princess of Agrabah, okay? Again, have I gained her trust already? No, she has no sense of self-preservation and she's really stupid. Well, then the rest of this stuff is just details. I feel 10 feet tall. Surprised he didn't say his dick feels 10 feet tall, honest to God. Important details. She's right. Concentrate, Gray. Let's talk through these. The waiter re enters with our entrees. I hope you like fish, I say as he places our food before us. The black cod looks delicious. Hannah takes a bite. Finally, she's eating. You just watched her eat like a bunch of oysters. The rules, I continue. Let's talk about them. The food is a deal breaker? Yes. Can I modify to say that you will eat at least 3 meals a day? No. Surprising Suppressing an irritated sigh, I persist. I need to know that you're not hungry. She frowns. You'll have to trust me. Okay, so is the issue that he wants her well fed for like her benefit, or that he doesn't want her to be feeling hungry because he remembers feeling hungry and blah blah blah? Because he seems to have conflicting values there. And also, her saying no to I will not eat 3 times a day, again, just confirms she's completely anorexic. Like, honestly, when James, because parts of this are definitely taken from Secretary. Did she just switch the cutting for anorexia? Because what, she thought cutting would be too much of a turnoff for a mainstream audience? And I would know. It's not. Oh, touche, Miss Steele, I muttered to myself. These are battles I'm not going to win. I concede the food and the sleep. She gives me a small, relieved smile. Why can't I look at you? She asks. That's a Dom sub thing. You'll get used to it. Not always. That's very much to taste. Yes, no, that's what it is. That's entirely what it is. You're entirely right. He does just want to control every aspect. I'm surprised there's not a bathroom schedule in this. Like, of him saying, like, because this is a thing, this is genuinely a thing with some Dom sub relationships, and, like, more power to him, of where the submissive will either keep like a record, like a notebook of when they go to the bathroom, when they eat, when they sleep, etc. It's a thing. Or the Dom will give them like preset times that they need to do these things at. It goes both ways. But it's a frequent thing of like how a Dom will control every aspect. But that is with somebody who calls themselves a slave. You are definitely calling yourself a slave and not a submissive if you are playing that game at that level, in a 24-hour real world kind of way. Again, Vicks inhalers are the answer to life in the spring if you have allergies. Why can't I touch you? She asks. Because you can't. Shut her down, Gray. Is it because of Mrs. Robinson? What? Why would you think that? You think she traumatized me? Duh! She nods. No, Anastasia, she's not the reason. Besides, Mrs. Robinson wouldn't take any of that shit from me. Meaning, even if it's true, she would just shut him down and probably beat him and not listen to it. So nothing to do with her? She asks, looking confused. No. I can't bear to be touched. And baby, you really don't want to know why. And I don't want you touching yourself either, I add. Out of curiosity, why? Because I want all your pleasure. Meaning, I want to train you that only I can make you feel that way, which is all he's been doing. What do you think the fucking edging game in her bedroom was? That was him teaching her, you will come only when I allow it. I have been responsible for every orgasm you've ever had and every sexual experience you've ever had because that is mind and control because I own you sexually and you will feel no pleasure unless it is by my hands and my dick and nothing else. In fact, I want it now. I could fuck her here if she could be quiet, real quiet, knowing we're within earshot of the hotel staff and guests. After all, that's why I booked this room. So he booked a private dining room not to have a realistic conversation, but because he wanted to fuck her in a public space. Also, this is that scene from Pretty Woman where she comes downstairs and finds him playing the piano and he says, "Gentlemen, would you mind leaving us, please?" And then fucks her on the piano in a dining room in a hotel. She opens her mouth as if to say something, but closes it again and takes another bite of food from her largely untouched plate. I've given you a great deal to think about, haven't I? I say, folding up her email and tucking it into my jacket pocket. He addressed like less than half of what she said, by the way. Yes. Do you want to go through the soft limits now, too? Not over dinner. Squeamish? Something like that. You've not eaten very much. I've had enough. This is getting old. 3 oysters, 4 bites of cod, and 1 asparagus stalk. No potatoes, no nuts, no olives, and you've not eaten all day. You said I could trust you. Okay, she said you could trust her not to be hungry. For all you know, that is like eating a lot for her in one day, so she's not hungry. Her eyes widen. Yes, I've been keeping count, Anna. Christian, please, it's not every day I sit through conversations like this. I need you fit and healthy, Anastasia. My tone is adamant. I know. And right now I want to peel you out of that dress. It really is a wonder she has like the stamina for what he's done so far, given that again, she probably eats like less than 500 calories a day. I don't think that's a good idea, she whispers. We haven't had dessert. You want dessert? When you haven't eaten your main course? Yes, you could be dessert. I'm not sure I'm sweet enough. Also, to every guy ever, calling your lady some variety of dessert, it's not cute, it's not folksy. Okay, when we say we want dessert, we want fucking dessert, okay? We just want some chocolate. So shut your mouth and stick your dick back in your pants for 20 minutes and let a girl eat some cake. Anastasia, you're deliciously sweet. I know. Christian, you use sex as a weapon. It really isn't fair. Correct, 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 correct. Yes, he does, and he will never, ever, 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 ever stop. And yet she will be surprised, catching him doing the same exact shit 3 books from now. I went completely off the line, and I don't like it. Yes, I'm a bit of an OCD neat freak when it comes to highlighting shit. This is the first time in my life I've ever written in a book. Yes, highlighting counts as writing. But it's only because I have no respect for these whatsoever. And therefore it's okay to defile them. Or desecrate them. I'll go with desecrate. Out of respect to the trees that gave their lives to be this book. She looks down in her lap and her voice is low and a little melancholy. She looks up again, pinning me with an intense stare, her powder blue eyes unnerving and arousing. You're right, I do, I admit. In life, you use what you know. Doesn't change how much I want you. Here, now. And we could fuck right here, right now. I know you're interested, Anna. I hear you. I hear how your breathing has changed. This is all in his head. This is him in his head saying we can fuck right now, and I hear by the fact that her breathing has changed that she's aroused and wants me to fuck her in a public, semi-public dining room. I'd like to try something. I really want to know how quiet she can be, and if we can do this with the fear of discovery. He's like really into public sex, honestly. He really, really is. Her brow creases once more. She's confused. If you were my sub, you wouldn't have to think about this. It would be easy. All those decisions, all the varying thought process behind them. Is this the right thing to do? Should this happen here? Can this happen now? You wouldn't have to worry about any of that detail. That's what I do as your Dom. And right now, I know you want me, Anastasia. So he's literally saying that as her Dom, his job is to think for her. That she should literally stop thinking and stop making decisions of any kind or even caring about decisions because she would trust him to know what is right and best for her. And she should just do as she's told because she'll find out in the end that he was right and everything works out. Except that's bullshit. Because as she pointed out, all he's interested in is getting himself off and what's best for him. And he's just using her as a fuck doll and a prop and nothing else. And she knows it. Yet, is she still going to go along with it and let him continue brainwashing her because it's easier than growing up and living a real life and living in the real world? Yes. Mm. She tosses her hair over her shoulder and her frown intensifies as she licks her lips. Oh, yes, she wants me. He's imagining all of this. She has not said anything to indicate this. I can tell because your body gives you away. You're pressing your thighs together. You're flush. Your breathing has changed. That could mean a billion goddamn things. How do you know about my thighs? She asks, her voice high pitched and shocked, I think. I felt the tablecloth move, and it's a calculated guess based on years of experience. I'm right, aren't I? Fuck you. You are not Sherlock Holmes. Shut the fuck up. She's quiet for a moment and looks away. I haven't finished my cod, she says, evasive but still blushing. You prefer cold cod to me? Yes. Her eyes meet mine and they're wide, pupils dark and large. I thought you liked me to clear my plate. Right now, Miss Steele, I don't give a fuck about your food. Christian, you just don't fight fair. I know, I never have. So admitting that he's like never gonna abide by his own rules because he's a douchebag. We stare at each other in a battle of wills, both aware of the sexual tension stretching between us across the table. That is sus. I'm pretty sure that's one way. Please, would you just do as you're told? In his head, I implore her with a look, but her eyes glint with sexual disobedience as a smile lifts her lips. Sexual disobedience! Fuck off! Still holding my stare, she picks up an asparagus spear and deliberately bites her lip. What is she doing? Very slowly, she places the tip of the spear in her mouth and sucks it. This is not cute. Whoever thought that this is cute, this is not cute. This is gross. Don't do it. Fuck. She's trifling with me. A dangerous tactic that will have me fucking her over this table. Oh, bring it on, Miss Steele. In other words, he's admitting he has no self-control, even in public. How he's not been arrested for, like, public indecency or, like, domestic violence when somebody sees him doing something in public and it's on camera in a hotel like this? Like, do you think there are not cameras just because it's a private dining room? Are you insane? Anastasia, what are you doing? I warn. Eating my asparagus, she says with a coy smile. I think you're toying with me, Miss Steele. I'm just finishing my food, Mr. Gray. Her lips curl wider, slowly, carnal, and the heat between us rises several degrees. She really has no idea how sexy she is, and I'm about to pounce when the waiter knocks and enters. Damn it. I let him clear the plates and then turn my attention to Miss Steele. But her frown is back and she's fidgeting with her fingers. Hell. Would you like some dessert? I ask. No, thank you. I think I should go, she says, still staring at her hands. Go? She's leaving? Yeah, isn't that why you didn't want her to drink? Because she has to drive herself home because you're not staying? The waiter exits quickly with our plates. Yes, Anna says, her voice firm with resolve. She gets to her feet to leave, and automatically I stand too. We both have the graduation ceremony tomorrow, she says. This is not going according to plan at all. Okay, again, if you wanted her to stay the night, why were you bitching about her drinking before? I don't want you to go, I state because it's the truth. Please, I have to, she insists. And anytime, girl, that gets a red flag because you should not be asking his permission to leave. You walk out the fucking door. Okay? I've been in situations where I have done that, both with men and with family and everything in between. You want to leave, you walk out the fucking door. That's what you do. You walk out and you don't look back. Why? Because you've given me so much to consider and I need some distance. Her eyes are pleading with me to let her go. Okay, how gross of a statement is that she's like begging him to let her go? They're in a public hotel. Like it's like she knows she's already his captive. You know, she's already in the dungeon from Sleeping Beauty, or not Sleeping Beauty, Beauty and the Beast. Um, she's already in the dungeon, you know, but she's begging to see her father on the magic mirror one last time. We've gotten so far in our negotiation. We've made compromises. We can make this work. I have to make this work. I could make you stay, I tell her, knowing I could seduce her right now in this room. That's not a vote in your favor. Saying I could make you stay. How creepy. How fucking creepy. As in I would literally be palming the knife off the fucking table. You know? You know how you hide a knife, by the way, ladies? You want to pick up a knife? You pick it up, okay, and then you do this so that it's hidden behind your arm. So they don't know if you have it. They don't know that you have it. You can put your arm at your side, you can put your arm a little behind you, but it's behind you so they don't know you have it. And also, holding it by the handle like this gives you options in what you do with it if you need to raise it. Because you can grip it by the handle immediately and go, yeah, 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 if you need to. You know, you can always, I don't know if I can still do this, you can do this if you need to hand it off to somebody else. Or, of course, this one has a sheath on it that I'm screwing with a little. Or, of course, if you're holding it like this, you can always oh, I knew I was going to do that because it's slippy. Because I was trying not to let the sheath fall off. Fuck it. I'm not going to cut myself. I know what I'm doing. Or you can go like this and underhand up if you need to. Start low, like at the groin, go in and up, and they're not going anywhere. But yeah, I would be palming the knife off the table and holding it like that if somebody said, I can make you stay. Especially if you're between me and the door I need to get out of to get away from you. Yeah, I'm picking up the nearest stabbable object. Yes, you could easily, but I don't want you to. This is all going south. I've overplayed my hand. This isn't how I thought the night would end. I rake my hands through my hair in frustration. Okay, dude, if you thought she was going to stay, why weren't you pouring multiple glasses of wine down her throat? It would certainly make her more compliant, and you've done it before. Excuse me. In fact, it becomes his go-to of getting her drunk whenever he thinks she might say no to something. He just gets her drunk and or roofies her so that she'll say yes. Like, maybe he hasn't learned that yet, but he was like actively wanting her to not drink because she was driving because he knew she had to leave. Now he's like, what? She's leaving? That wasn't what I planned. Well, it seems to be because you did, idiot. You know, when you fell into my office to interview me, you were all, yes, sir, no, sir. I thought you were a natural born submissive. Why? But quite frankly, Anastasia, I'm not sure you have a submissive bone in your delectable body. I walk the few steps that separate us and look down into her eyes that shine with determination. You may be right, she says. No, no, I don't want to be right. I want the chance to explore the possibility that you do. I caress her face and her lower lip with my thumb. I don't know any other way, Anastasia. This is who I am. Yes, I think you are not at all naturally submissive, so I'm going to try and force you into it because I want you, and that is all I know. Hello, new person. Oh, Bulbasaur! Shiny Bulbasaur, if I'm not mistaken. Points for that. We got about 5 pages left, so you're coming in on the back end, but yeah. We have the very confusing discussion of please enable whatever the hell. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. Hello, other person. We are reading. Hi, Cubone. I see a Cubone. No, it's not Cubone. My apologies. That's KK Slider from Animal Crossing. Hi, new people. We are reading Gray, which is the 50 Shades of Grey, the first book in the series. No posting links without my permission. But it's 50 Shades of Grey told from Christian Grey's perspective. In all its disgusting whatever. No, you may not post a link. Because I don't advertise for people unless I'm getting paid, and I'm not. Oh, we have a lot of people coming in from Twitch. This is not sus at all. Can I do an impression of KK Slider? Probably not. I mean, his voice is so high pitched and auto tuned. It's like. I have no idea what tune I'm even trying to. I've got a couple tunes of his that I like the one with the cherry blossoms on the picture, but I'm not somebody who did the concert like every Saturday. You know, I respect it, but that is not good. Thank you for okay, thank you for saying thank you for saying so. It's kind of what he sounds like, though, right? Like, I know he's got a few like classic tunes. Like I think one of them got to like on the top 10 charts in Japan once, in like a weird coincidence. But I know some of the songs became classics. Some of them are good. Some of them are genuinely good. You have no idea what they're saying because there's not words, but they're good in their own way. Hey, if you're really impressed, where is it? If you're really impressed, leave a girl a tip. Now, where was I? That was Rosemary's Lullaby. Now I'm gonna want to watch that movie later. I don't need to be watching Rosemary's Baby at midnight. I still gotta watch the Zoe Saldana one. I heard it was really, really good. They like it added things they couldn't like put in the 70s. It was very faithful. And also freaking Zoe Saldana. She's amazing. Like, come on. This is pre Star Trek for her. Or it was either pre Star Trek or it was in between like first and second. But it was good. Can I do Isabel? Oh God. Probably not. Does she even sing? Because when she's the rare occasion that she sings is like, I can't do it. My voice is still recovering. I lost my voice for like a month, so it's still recovering. And she's like, I can't do it. I can't do high notes right now. Where are the handcuffs? They're right here. They're right here in the pouch because it takes a donation of $25 to put them on my wrists. So, and we have upgraded. I think I remember you. Yeah, we've upgraded. These are not safety cuffs. These are real cuffs with a real key. Real key. They can be double locked. Like these are police cuffs. These are real cuffs with a real key. We only have like 4 pages left though, so it would be unfair, but hey, come by next week. We're here Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I'll try them on if you pay for it. That's how this works. There's the StreamYards link. There's a dog on my leg, so we're about to see a dog. And there's also PayPal if that works better for you. Here's a dog. Oh, come here. Here's a doggy. Say hi. Say hi to Sasha. Sasha's watching. That's your friend. Say hi to Sasha. This is Bo. This is Bo. He's my baby. Yes, he's been sleeping on the couch being a good boy. He's gonna lick my makeup off because that's what he does. Because when he smells makeup on my face, he thinks I'm dirty and need a bath and therefore lick. And right up my nose because why would you not lick right up my nose when you're a puppy? Okay. Everyone gets to see you. Yes, he's a good cat. How dare you insult him? Don't worry, I won't tell the kitty that you got called a cat. sometimes the kitty wonders why he isn't a better kitty. So do you. So do you. Yes, you do. Yes. But he was raised by another doggy. But, sometimes he still wants to be a kitty. Or at least wants the kitty to stop hitting him on the nose. I know, kitty's mean to you, isn't he? He's mean to you. Yes. Not like you two fight over everything. Especially who gets more attention. Who gets to be closer in the bed. Yes, who gets to be closer in the bed. Yes, rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly. Billy, 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 Billy. Good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. See, he's a good boy. I love how he just flops. Doesn't matter how I'm holding him because I'm holding him like ridiculously right now. He don't care. Nope. Rub my belly. Rub my belly. I'm a puppy. Rub my belly. Rub my belly. I'm a belly dog. Alright, I gotta put you down. I got like 4 pages left, okay? And after that, I'll be offline and I can cuddle you a lot, okay? He's like, yeah, don't stop. Don't stop. Just rub the belly. Like, I'm using my tail to cover my penis so YouTube won't care. Rub the belly. Rub the belly. I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. Rub my belly. Yes, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. Okay, you're a good boy. You go on your pillow? You go on your pillow for me? Okay? You go on your pillow. Yes. You go on your pillow. That's a good boy. Good boy. That's my good baby. Yes, he is. Good baby. Yes, please do. You can certainly use it. So she's begging him to let her out. He doesn't want to because he wants to fuck. This is the entirety of their relationship, by the way. And I also love that he's fully admitting that he doesn't think that she's a natural submissive or submissively inclined, but he still wants to dominate her. So he wants to force a person that he knows is not naturally submissive or so inclined and doesn't want to be and doesn't want to explore that possible aspect of her personality that she may or may not have and doesn't, as it turns out. But he wants to force her to. And again, that's my point. It's too easy dominating willing victims now. He needs an unwilling victim that he can still dominate, control, brainwash, ultimately own. And when he gets bored with her 4 years from now and after she's had his babies, lock away in the East Wing like Jane Eyre. That's how this ends. And that's if she's not just dead and buried with the other 11. Lowering my head so my lips hover over hers, I wait until she raises her mouth to mine and closes her eyes. I want to give her a brief chaste kiss, but as our lips touch, she leans into me, her hands suddenly fisting in my hair, her mouth opening to me, her tongue insistent. Amazing how, like, she's such a virgin, but she's also such a wanton slut at the same time. These things don't go together. Only in porn. But a lot of this is probably based on watching a lot of porn. I press my hand to the base of her spine, holding her against me and deepen the kiss, mirroring her fervor. Interestingly enough, not a lot of porn spawned from 50 Shades, because even porn found it too hokey and cliche and pathetic and abusive that they couldn't make good spin-offs out of it. Because those high value, high budget porn, there's one or two every year where it's always copying an extremely popular movie, but it has an actual budget and like an actual storyline in between the porn scenes and an actual costume budget and names that you have heard of. They didn't do that for this ever when it seems like the most perfectly set up thing ever to be porn parodied. There's a reason it didn't happen. Because even porn found it abusive. Christ, I want her. The religious references in his head are throwing me off. I can't persuade you to stay, I whisper against the corner of her mouth as my body responds, hardening with desire. Notice how he gets hard like multiple times. Like, are you losing it in between? You should see a doctor. No. Spend the night with me. And not touch you? No. Damn. The darkness uncoils in my gut, but I ignore it. You're impossible, girl, I murmur and pull back, examining her face and tense, brooding expression. Why do I think you're telling me goodbye? Because I'm leaving now. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Christian, I have to think about this. I don't know if I can have the kind of relationship you want. I close my eyes and rest my forehead against hers. What did you expect, Gray? She's not cut out for this. See, he knows. He knows, but he just won't give in. He won't accept it because he wants the challenge. He wants to dominate someone who doesn't want to be dominated, and he wants to win slash get it off by breaking her basically because there's no other way. There's no other way. He has to break her psychologically and probably physically, or physically break her first and then psychologically before she'll turn into any kind of a submissive. He has to change her personality, and he knows it and knows what he's doing, and he's not going to stop. I take a deep breath and kiss her forehead, then bury my nose in her hair, inhaling her scent. Autumnal scent, and committing it to memory. That's it. Enough. Stepping back, I release her. As you wish, Miss Steele. I'll escort you to the lobby. I hold out my hand for what could be the last time, and I'm surprised how painful this thought is. She places her hand in mine, and in silence we head down to reception. Do you have your valet ticket? I ask as we reach the lobby. I sound calm and collected, but inside I'm in knots. From her purse she retrieves the ticket, and I hand it to the doorman. Thank you for dinner, she says. It's a pleasure as always, Miss Swan. This cannot be the end. I have to show her. Demonstrate what this all means. What we can do together. Show her what we can do in the playroom. Then she'll know. This might be the only way to save this deal. In other words, he's going to kidnap her. I'm sorry, but that sounded like a fucking kidnap plan if ever I've heard one. Like, seriously. No, it's not a relationship. But did he not just he literally just said, I need to force her to experience it so she'll understand what I want and see that it is good and then want it. But it's just that she's inexperienced. So if I kidnap her and make her experience it, then she'll understand. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I quickly turn to her. You're moving this weekend to Seattle. If you make the right decision, can I see you on Sunday? I ask. We'll see, maybe, she says. That's not a no. He's such a stalker even at this point. He's just the level of, oh my God. Did anyone else hear about that really creepy story? I forget what state it's in this week. But a guy who was 32 set the house on fire because his literal wicked stepmother had been keeping him prisoner since he was 12. He's now in his 30s. So he'd been kept prisoner since he was a child and for 20 years. And this grown man who was 5'9" weighed 68 pounds because they kept him locked in his room and fed him 2 sandwiches a day. And he's obviously extremely malnourished, has insane health concerns, has been just so horrifically abused by both parents. His natural born father apparently died last year, leaving only the stepmom. But this has been going on for 20 years. And by the way, when he was a child, there were multiple calls to child services in whatever state, and he was in school until mom pulled him out of school. And then I guess the school was the one calling like child services. And so once mom pulled him out, there was no follow-up. This kid in the 4th grade just disappeared off the face of the earth and nobody noticed. And now it turns out that he's been held prisoner and abused for 20 years. And multiple neighbors, and this is what's creepy, neighbors said they would see him standing in the window of the 2nd floor, in the window of his room, looking like a ghost, they said. And they never saw him outside. Nobody raised a red flag. Nobody knocked on the door and said, what's up? Hi, how are you? Tried to get to know them, see what's going on. Nobody in 20 years? I forget what state it's from, but it's making all the news. Yeah, I know. They really don't. No, he's not 68. He's like 32-ish. No, and the mother may have been 68. But no, I've seen multiple news agencies covering it, and yeah, he's in his 30s, but he set the house on fire, using, I think, hand sanitizer and something else. But yeah, he set the house on fire so that he would be rescued, basically. Okay, why is this pouring so slowly? It's like half full. Connecticut, that's it. Yep, I remember thinking of Stepford Wives, yep. It was Connecticut. Also that there's a place called Waterbury. Like, what? I noticed the goosebumps on her arms. It's colder now. Don't you have a jacket? I ask. No. This woman needs looking after. Because she didn't bring a jacket. She needs looking after. She needs me to dominate and control her whole life. Yeah, 68 pounds. Yeah. Yeah, but 5'9", like how is that even? Like, I feel so bad for this guy because like his whole life is just destroyed. Like, in all reality, his odds of any meaningful recovery are almost negligible. I take off my jacket. Here, I don't want you catching cold. I slip it over her shoulders and she hugs it around herself, closes her eyes and inhales deeply. Is she drawn to my scent like I am to hers? Okay, things that should have been left out once this wasn't Twilight. Perhaps all is not lost. The valet pulls up an ancient VW Beetle. What the hell is that? That's what you drive? This must be older than Grandpa Theodore. Jesus. The valet hands over the keys and I tip him generously. He deserves danger pay. That's right, he's paranoid about everything. Is this roadworthy? I glare at Anastasia. How can she be safe in this rust bucket? Yes. Will it make it to Seattle? It's a car that drives! Shut your mouth! Yes, she will. Safely? Yes. I'm calling the world's most epic fucking bullshit on his dumb fucking ass right now. Guy who is concerned that she has like a 10-year-old car that he considers not worthy will later tell this same woman to engage in a high-speed fucking chase through multiple cities across the goddamn highway going well over 100 in a car that is a sports car high performance that she is no way qualified to drive, doesn't know what she's doing. They weave in and out of traffic. He orders her to blow red lights, stop signs, blow through intersections in a major city, cut people off on the fucking highway doing 150. He will later order her to do that on like a 40-minute goddamn car chase while telling her, don't worry about your license or breaking any laws because I'll handle it. Guy who is so fucking concerned with her goddamn safety. Fucking A. Also, yeah. No, he's such a judgmental fucking bastard about everything. Her clothes, her car, her apartment is so small. Yeah, welcome to the real world, you spoiled, rich, entitled, privileged douchebag. Yes, she tries to reassure me. Okay, she's old, but she's mine, and she's roadworthy. My stepdad bought it for me. When I suggest that we could do better than this, she realizes what I'm offering, and her expression changes immediately. She's mad. You're not buying me a car, she says emphatically. We'll see, I mutter, trying to keep calm. I hold open the driver's door, and as she climbs in, I wonder if I should ask Taylor to take her home. Damn, I remember it's his evening off. Once I've shut the door, she rolls down the window. Painfully slowly. For Christ's sake. Drive safely, I growl. Goodbye, Christian, she says, and her voice falters as if she's trying not to cry. Shit. My whole mood shifts from irritation to concern for her well-being to helplessness as her car roars off up the street. I don't know if I'll ever see her again. Well, she didn't tell you to shove it forever, so I'm going with yeah. I stand like a fool on the sidewalk until her rear lights disappear into the night. Fuck. Why did that go so wrong? How did that go wrong? You were supposed to meet and discuss the contract and then she leaves. That's what happened. You even knew that she was going to leave and didn't want her drinking because she'd be driving. But then you got horny, because you're always horny, and you got super horny and wanted to bend her over the table and fuck her right there just to teach her what submission is, according to you. And by the way, that's not submission. That has nothing to do with submission. That's abuse. That's Kanye making Bianca Censore appear nude on the red carpet when she clearly, look at her face instead of her body. Look at her face. She didn't want to be there. She was very much being publicly humiliated and abused by Kanye on that red carpet while the whole world stood there and took pictures and pretended they didn't see what was going on. So he wanted to turn her into that in that moment just to show her that he owns her, he controls her, he dominates her, and he'll do whatever he wants, whether she likes it or not, and whether she agrees to it or not. By the way, has anybody confirmed that Bianca Censori is still alive since that night? Because there's so many rumors going around the web saying, oh, she's in a hotel hiding from him ever since then. He says no, they're still together and everything's fine. Yet all of her people and anyone involved is saying, like, no, she's on the run from him and hiding from him. Like, is it any wonder? Like, why Kanye has not been fucking committed? And it's because there's no one around him to do it. Even though all his managers and that are supposedly like leaving, going, oh my god, he's a fucking Nazi, he's supporting like Hitler and making swastika t-shirts. I can't be a part of this. He's been doing it for like 7 years. This is not new. Like, don't pretend you just noticed, you craven little weasel. You were there as long as there's money. Now that the money is stopping, people are leaving. But the man literally has a cult compound in the middle of the desert where he dresses up as Jesus and walks on water. I'm not making that up. Google me. We got like 2 pages left. I stalk back into the hotel, make for the bar, and order a bottle of the Sancerre. Taking it with me, I head up to my room. My laptop lies open on my desk. And before I uncork the wine, I sit down and start typing an email. From Christian Grey, subject tonight, to her. I don't understand why you ran this evening. I sincerely hope I answered all of your questions to your satisfaction. Excuse me. I know I have given you a great deal to contemplate, and I fervently hope that you will give my proposal your serious consideration. I really want to make this work. I'll take it slow. Trust me. I glance at my watch. It will take her at least 20 minutes to get home, probably longer in that death trap. I email Taylor. Christian Grey, subject Audi A3. To Okay, this is like the first time we get a first name for Taylor because his last name is Taylor. I'm not making this up. To B.J. Taylor. Okay, right there. Really? Really, bitch? You didn't see that? Really? I need that Audi delivered here tomorrow. Thanks. Opening the Sancerre, I pour myself a glass and picking up my book, I sit and read, trying to concentrate. My eyes keep straying to my laptop screen. When will she reply? As the minutes tick by, my anxiety balloons. Why hasn't she returned my email? At 11, I text her. Are you home safe? But I get nothing in response. Perhaps she's gone straight to bed. Before midnight, I send another email. I'm amazed he didn't have somebody follow her home, honestly. Christian Grey, subject tonight. I hope you made it home in that car of yours. Let me know if you're okay. I'll see her tomorrow at the graduation ceremony, and I'll find out then if she's turning me down. Yeah, because that's what she wants to think about when she's graduating college. She wants to be pestered by you about your twisted abuse me please contract. With that depressing thought, I strip and climb into bed and stare at the ceiling. You've really fucked up this deal, Gray. No, you changed what you wanted halfway through, and when you didn't get it, you're throwing a fit like a toddler. End of chapter, and that's going to do it for this evening. We actually got through like 3 chapters, which is a lot. We got through quite a lot of pages tonight, but that's because half of them were emails that don't count. Yeah, we actually got through 57 pages. That's a record. But again, half of that was emails that are like 3 lines long and take the whole page. So, grain of rice. But that is going to do it for this evening. He just gets worse and worse and worse. But yes, we have now been through the most painful part, which is reading the contract and all of his bullshit excuses for all of his bullshit. And the fact that, yeah, he just wants to own and control and dominate and abuse her, and she's expected to like it. And really, baby, you'll like it if you just let me do it. You should try it, really. He is all that is so wrong with so much of everything. But I've had enough of him for tonight, and I hope everyone else has too, because you should have, because ugh. But thank you for everyone for hanging out tonight. We had a good time. I hope we have more next week. We've got so much more of this book and this whole series. I'm still working on getting the third one. As soon as I find it for a good price, we'll be good. But I've got the second one, so we got time. There's no rush. We're good. We got time. All is well. Hopefully next week we'll have our burn video. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully I don't set anything on fire. Nah, if I do. We'll see. But until then, take care of you. Have a good week. Love on a fur baby and love on yourself. And I hope you will come back next week for more of this, whatever this nonsense is. But love yourself, love a fur baby. I've been Insane Lane. Have a good evening. Have a good weekend. Thank you all for coming. Leave it a duck. Bye bye.